Is the DJ? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues. Could I please ask that you be seated? The Director General will be joining us very shortly, and we will begin our afternoon session. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, could I ask you to be seated? We will begin our session in 1 minute. Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. We are now ready to begin our afternoon session. I hope you are able to have a restful morning today and a constructive working session in the afternoon yesterday. This afternoon we have the Director General with us, Mrs. Irina Bokova, who will now have the floor to address you this afternoon. Mrs. Irina Bokova, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Her Highness Sheikh Mayasa bint Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, Chairperson of the World Heritage Committee, Mr. Chair of the Executive Board, distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee, Ambassadors, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to address you today as you engaged in a new phase of your work. And I wish most especially to thank Her Excellency, Sheikha Al Mayasa bint Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, for her leadership as chair of the committee. From the outset, I wish to pay tribute to the government of Qatar for organizing this session and for its decisive support to World Heritage. This leadership was strongly reaffirmed a few days ago with the decision to allocate $10 million to support risk management around World Heritage sites. We are deeply grateful for this leadership, vision, and support. I see this also as a symbol of the cooperation and partnership that exists between UNESCO and Qatar. This is embodied also in the work of Her Highness Sheikha Moza bint Nasser as UNESCO Special Envoy for Basic and Higher Education. The decision of Qatar is especially timely, with threats to heritage rising across the world. I see this with special emotion as we witness the tragic situation in Iraq, in Syria, and elsewhere. Wherever extremists seek to attack people and their identities, heritage is targeted. We see the destruction of culture used as a weapon of war to destabilize and to humiliate, to impose a sectarian vision of the world. In too many countries, we see attacks against those who strive to protect the common heritage of humanity, like the director of the Virunga National Park in the Democratic Republic of Congo, attacked earlier this year. In too many countries, individuals or organized groups seek to exploit social fragility and unrest to destroy and steal historical memories and heritage. We all recall the looting of the Museum of Islamic Art in Cairo. Heritage is falling victim also to other, more insidious attacks. When people use it as pretext to fuel hatred and set memories against each other, instead of using it as a force for dialogue, mutual understanding, and peace. Or with the false rhetoric that we must choose in emergency situations between safeguarding culture and human lives. There is no choice to be made. We must protect both, and we must respond firmly to all such threats. We must affirm the protection of heritage is inseparable from the protection of human lives, because it is essential for resilience, for recovery, and for dialogue. We must respond in every way possible, through protection, through reconstruction, through capacity building, through political and financial support. We did so in Egypt and sent out a mission immediately after the attack against the Malawi Museum earlier this year. We did it today in Afghanistan to protect the Buddhas of Bamiyan with the support of Italy. We did so in Chile to limit the consequences of the terrible fire in the historic district of Valparaiso. We did so in the Philippines after Typhoon Haiyan, and we are going to support Bahrain, where part of the pearling site has been damaged by fire. Last year, ladies and gentlemen, you recall the committee inscribed serious World Heritage sites on the list in danger. And UNESCO has mobilized all its partners to limit the damage, to fight against the illicit traffic of cultural goods, to build inventories, to ensure the protection of cultural objects. We have launched a global observatory of Syrian cultural heritage to gather and list all relevant documents, photographs, and information. Last month, I organized at UNESCO a meeting of world specialists on Syria's cultural heritage with NGOs, archaeologists, and international auction houses to better coordinate our action. We have no time to lose, and I'm convinced this committee stands ready, as always, to act according to its responsibilities. Mesdames et messieurs, nous devons poursuivre le combat car, en dépit des difficultés, nous gagnons aussi des batailles. En Ouganda, avec le soutien du Japon, l'UNESCO vient de lancer la reconstruction des tombes des rois du Bouganda, à Kazobi, qui avaient brûlé en mars 2010. Et j'y suis très sensible, car j'ai visité le site 2 fois, avant et après l'incendie. J'avais promis que l'UNESCO reconstruirait les tombeaux, et nous sommes en train de le faire. Au Mali également, l'UNESCO avait promis de reconstruire les mausolées détruits, et l'UNESCO tient ses promesses. Les 2 premiers mausolées viennent d'être rebâtis avec le soutien de l'Union européenne. Et je remercie tous nos partenaires, la Norvège, les Pays-Bas, la Suisse et d'autres qui nous rejoignent, avec le peuple du Mali et la MINUSMA. Ensemble, nous reconstruirons les mausolées jusqu'au dernier. Nous allons assurer la transmission du patrimoine et la sauvegarde des manuscrits. C'est la réponse de l'UNESCO à tous les extrémismes. J'y suis plus déterminée que jamais. J'ai été à Tombouctou avec le président de la France, M. François Hollande. J'ai vu les manuscrits brûlés, les séquelles sur la mosquée Djegra-Gamber. Et je comprends ce que c'est l'énergie d'un peuple qui retrouve son patrimoine. À travers la reconstruction des mausolées, c'est tout un pays qui se reconstruit et reprend confiance dans l'avenir. Et avec eux, le monde reprend à son compte l'héritage millénaire de la sagesse islamique et du dialogue des cultures de l'Afrique et du monde arabe, conservé dans les manuscrits de Tombouctou. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, précisément le rôle de l'UNESCO et le rôle de votre comité. Puiser dans notre histoire commune la force de penser l'avenir. Nous sommes lucides et nous savons que ces efforts sont précaires, car dans ce monde fragile, ce qui résiste au temps, ce ne sont pas les monuments, sols, pyramides ou mausolées. Ce qui dure et qui résiste au temps, ce sont les idées que les peuples ont voulu transmettre à travers ce patrimoine. Ce sont elles que nous protégeons et dont nous devons être dignes. Dans cette enceinte, nous sommes les gardiens d'une conscience et d'un idéal. L'idée d'un monde où chaque culture s'enrichit et se renforce en participant à la sauvegarde des autres. L'idée d'une civilisation guidée par la conviction que chaque culture a en elle une part exceptionnelle, universelle. C'est l'idée du patrimoine mondial et c'est l'idée de l'UNESCO. La vitalité d'une idée comme celle-ci ne se mesure pas seulement au nombre des sites inscrits, à l'ampleur des financements, au discours et l'aura médiatique immense de cet événement. On ne protège une idée qu'en lui restant fidèle, par la force morale qui s'éprouve dans la durée. Voilà notre héritage le plus précieux à transmettre et je vois 3 axes d'action pour réussir, par lesquels je voudrais conclure. Transmettre le patrimoine mondial, c'est d'abord rester constant et intransigeant sur les principes d'objectivité et d'impartialité dont dépend notre crédibilité. Cette exigence s'applique à tout le monde, secrétariat, États membres, organes consultatifs. Tous sont soumis aux mêmes règles de rigueur et de sens de responsabilité. Lorsque un seul maillon s'affaiblit, toute la chaîne est fragilisée. Cette exigence vaut pour l'examen des dossiers dans l'accompagnement des États qui doit se faire dans un esprit de dialogue selon les standards internationaux les plus stricts. Cette exigence vaut pour le traitement des candidatures dans l'impartialité des décisions des États membres. Cette exigence doit finalement s'appliquer bien après l'inscription dans la gestion quotidienne et durable des sites. J'ai eu l'occasion d'exprimer mon inquiétude sur l'érosion progressive de ces principes au cours des années. Et je suis heureuse de voir que le travail dont j'ai pris l'initiative en 2012 pour un dialogue renforcé et régulier entre les États, les organes consultatifs et le secrétariat porte ses fruits. Il est essentiel que vos discussions continuent et portent à la fois sur les modalités d'échange d'informations et sur le respect des normes les plus élevées d'intégrité et de transparence. C'est le moyen de perpétuer la réputation d'excellence que nous avons construite au fil des années. Transmettre le patrimoine mondial, c'est deuxièmement sans cesse approfondir l'idée fondatrice de la Convention pour la coopération culturelle internationale. Comment ne pas citer les candidatures transfrontalières, comme cette année le Kapaknyan, et tant d'initiatives de coopération culturelle, la route de la soie et bien d'autres. Tous ces projets sur lesquels il revient au comité de se prononcer témoignent de l'attractivité exceptionnelle du patrimoine mondial, qui donne aux États l'envie de se dépasser, de penser la culture non plus à l'échelle des États seulement, mais à l'échelle des continents et de l'humanité entière, de dire qu'il n'y a pas le patrimoine des uns et celui des autres, mais un seul patrimoine commun à protéger ensemble. Le troisième axe, c'est enfin et surtout de voir au-delà du patrimoine tous les enjeux contemporains que nous pouvons traiter grâce à lui. Le patrimoine mondial, mesdames et messieurs, c'est la biodiversité, c'est le développement durable, le développement urbain durable, c'est la protection de l'océan, c'est la construction de la paix. Le patrimoine mondial est notre allié contre la pauvreté, pour le développement des compétences et des emplois locaux dans l'économie de l'artisanat et du tourisme. Et nous aurons en février 2015 au Cambodge, avec l'Organisation mondiale du tourisme, une conférence mondiale conjointe sur le thème du patrimoine et le tourisme durable. Le patrimoine mondial est notre allié pour lutter contre le dérèglement climatique et protéger la biodiversité. Les sites du patrimoine mondial, comme les réserves de biosphère, sont des laboratoires où s'inventent les solutions d'avenir pour la gestion durable des ressources. Et nous allons faire entendre ces solutions à la conférence COP20 à Lima, au Pérou, au sommet des Nations Unies sur le changement climatique au mois de septembre et l'année prochaine à Paris, en France, pour le COP 21. Je pense également à la protection de l'océan par les aires marines protégées, qui sont des sanctuaires pour comprendre et transmettre les ressources de l'océan, prévenir les risques. Et c'est l'enjeu central de la conférence d'Apia sur les petits États insulaires en développement en 2014, en septembre. L'inscription de tel ou tel site est un tremplin pour traiter efficacement l'ensemble de ces sujets qui montrent l'immense contribution de l'UNESCO. Oui, mesdames et messieurs, la culture représente, au-delà du patrimoine, une plateforme unique pour la paix et pour le développement durable. Et c'est cette vision globale que nous devons intégrer dans le programme des Nations Unies, l'agenda post-2015. Mesdames et messieurs, le patrimoine mondial est une idée d'autant plus efficace qu'elle est belle et généreuse et crédible, et qu'elle offre au peuple une ambition supérieure qui les pousse à se dépasser et à donner le meilleur d'eux-mêmes. Et dans cet esprit, je vous souhaite une fructueuse 38e session du Comité du patrimoine mondial. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Irina Bokova, Director General of the UNESCO. I am told that Mrs. Bokova must leave the room as she has other meetings. But we thank you for your presence this afternoon and hope that we can see you sometime during the session. Thank you. We will now proceed with item 8A. This is the tentative list submitted by state parties as of 15th of April 2014. The document that you need is in front of you, I guess. But we will begin with the draft decision 38-8A, and I will invite Mr. Balsamo from the World Heritage Center to briefly present the main issues of document WHC-14/38.com/8A. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Document 37-8A presents the tentative list of all state parties submitted in conformity with the operational guidelines as of 15 April 2014. In particular, Annex 3 presents a list of all properties submitted on tentative lists received from the state parties in alphabetical and regional order. Annex 2 of document 8A presents all the new tentative lists or additions to the existing tentative list which have been submitted by state parties since what the World Heritage Committee took note of at the last session in Phnom Penh. As of 15 April 2014, of the 190 state parties which had ratified the convention at that date, 177, which is the 93% of the state parties, had submitted tentative lists in accordance with the requirements specified in the operational guidelines. And 13 state parties had not submitted any tentative list. All the nominations submitted for examination in 2014 in document 8B are included in the tentative list of the state parties concerned. And since the preparation of document 8A for the 37th session of the committee in 2013, 23 state parties have submitted new tentative lists or modify existing lists. And the number of new properties added to the existing tentative list is 84, which brings the total of sites currently on the tentative list to 1,627. Decision 38-8A is on page 2 of the English version and page 3 of the French version of the document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balsamo, for your explanations. Now I would like to invite state parties to express their comments concerning this document and to adopt draft decision 38-8A. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the World Heritage Center for this report. With the support and advice of international experts, Germany has just revised its tentative list in a thorough process. Don't worry, only a few German sites have been chosen for nomination in the future, however, we regret that still no update of the global gap analysis on cultural properties by ICOMOS is available. IUCN has developed various gap analyses in the meantime, including one on the terrestrial biodiversity and on marine sites. We would like to ask whether ICOMOS didn't intend to do so as well. We assume that this depends also on additional funding, but I think we should document this need in our decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Germany. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The need to update the ICOMOS gap report has been mentioned at the committee before, and it's encouraging to hear from many state parties that they would find an update to be very useful as part of the upstream processes. Indeed, ICOMOS was hoping that it may have been able to update this report in 2014, as that was 10 years since it was first produced. But at the moment, as the Honourable Delegate from Germany indicated, it is an issue of resources, I fear. And if resources are available, this is a project we would very much wish to undertake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS. Any other interventions? Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask the Secretariat whether it would be possible to send the committee members the proposed changes to operational guidelines sometime in advance, not 6 weeks before the committee session, so we have time to look at them properly. It's just on the side of this decision because we are going to have quite many to discuss next committee session, as I remember well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poland. I now give the floor to Lebanon.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I have a question to the Secretariat. You said that 13 state parties do not have indicative list, or is it true? Tentative lists? Is it true? So, I mean, this is a problem. I think, how could we do in order to push these 13 state parties to do an indicative list? I think we should ask them to ask for international assistance or something of this sort. It's not normal that a party to the convention does not have an indicative list. I mean, it's one of the obligations of state parties. Maybe we should ask the state parties, namely, I mean, one by one, to ask for international assistance. Thank you. To establish this tentative list.
Thank you very much, Lebanon. Secretariat, would you like to respond to the Secretariat?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the first question from Poland, of course, we are going to do what is possible and trying to produce these proposals ahead of the 6 weeks. But as you know, the time table is always very full, so we will do our best and try to provide you with the proposal before the 6 statutory weeks ahead of the next session. For the second question about the 13 state parties without sites on the tentative list or without a valid tentative list, actually we may note that some of these states are very small states, let's say like that. But of course, in other cases, we should try to ensure that a valid tentative list is produced, and we will try to and keep working with them in order to produce a valid tentative list.
Thank you very much. Lebanon, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, can't we include in the decision we are going to take to encourage the state parties who do not have tentative lists to ask for international assistance in order to do these tentative lists? If you can add it to the decision, it would be good, maybe.
Thank you, Lebanon. Are there any more objections or interventions to be made? Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and good afternoon. For this draft resolution, we have received no amendments yet in written, but as has been mentioned by the distinguished delegate of Lebanon, apparently he wants to present an amendment or an addition to this draft resolution, so I ask my colleagues from Secretariat to go directly to the delegate of Lebanon in order to have the proposed text as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Lebanon, would you like to read it out? And the rapporteur could... We'll put up the document and maybe you can... Mr. Rapporteur,
Maybe we put it in number 4. 4 encourages state parties to the convention that did not submit yet tentative list, a tentative list, to ask for an international assistance in order to establish a tentative list for heritage, maybe, yeah, how can we say, located in their territory or something of this sort. I don't know. Help me, Susan. ICOMOS, do you think this formulation is okay?
ICOMOS, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if encourages state parties to the convention who have not yet submitted a tentative list. Excuse me 1 minute. Encourages state parties to the convention who have not yet submitted a tentative list. Do you want me to say this bit here? Consider suitable for inscription. Of those properties situated on its territory which might be considered suitable for inscription on the World Heritage List. To request international assistance in order to I think the rest probably is satisfactory. But maybe it's a little bit repetitive.
Maybe in order to establish such lists or something of this.
Thank you. ICOMOS, is there anything else you would like to say? If
lists not, plural, please.
Thank you, Lebanon. I now give the floor to Algeria.
No, it can be such.
Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Disons que pour une bonne formulation, peut-être que si on gardait donc, on les encourage à demander une assistance internationale afin de les aider à établir, parce que on peut supposer que l'État a déjà commencé à établir et que l'assistance viendrait donc, si vous voulez, renforcer l'établissement correct de cette liste. Peut-être que ça serait donc... non, pas qu'il pourrait, mais tout simplement dire à demander une assistance internationale afin de l'aider à établir. Et il faut qu'il y ait la mention de l'aide. Enfin, on les aide à établir. Merci.
Thank you, Algeria. Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be guided on this, but I wonder whether we should also think about the fact that as signatories to the convention, state parties are in fact obligated to undertake such an exercise on behalf of their countries. And could that possibly help in directing how this should be positioned?
Thank you. Do you have a language to propose?
Well, exactly that. As signatories to the convention, state parties are obligated to undertake this process on behalf of their countries.
Thank you. India, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to further work on the proposal, not changing the idea at all, I think this is what we can propose. Encourages state parties to the convention who have not yet submitted any tentative list of those properties situated on its territory, which might be considered suitable for inscription on the World Heritage List, to request international assistance in order to prepare such a list. I think that's the idea, prepare such a list. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your articulation. Are there any other comments to be made?
Just a small French thing. I will ask also Algeria to help me. Encourage les États partis à la Convention qui n'ont pas encore soumis, parce que ça ne peut pas être à demander, non. Non, it is there, qui n'ont pas encore soumis. Il faut enlever à demander, oui. Qui n'ont pas encore soumis 2 listes indicatives, ou qui n'ont soumis aucune liste indicative. Qui n'ont soumis aucune liste indicative des biens, avec S, du patrimoine situé sur leur territoire. Il faudrait changer qu'il pourrait être opportun et le remplacer qui serait susceptible d'être inscrit. Je pense que c'est plus qui serait susceptible. Je crois que c'est comme ça dans la Convention, d'être inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine mondial, à demander une assistance internationale pour... Alors, l'Algérie avait demandé pour les aider à préparer de telles listes. Il faudrait dans ces conditions en anglais mettre in order to help them establish or help them prepare such a list. I don't know. India, would it be to help them prepare? Because it's an assistance, in fact.
Yeah, we can support that to help them prepare. Yeah. And because we've taken the floor, just wanted to point out a slight grammatical point. Encourages state parties to the convention who have not yet submitted any tentative list of those properties situated on their territory. I think it should be there, according to me, which might be considered suitable. The rest reading the same. And we are fine to help them prepare such a list,
Thank you very much, India and Lebanon. Can I just kindly remind you that you must be given the floor by myself and or not to encourage bilateral discussions. Thank you. Jamaica, I note that the rapporteur has not included your comment. And if you would like to say something, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would very much appreciate if this could be put in, because I think we are focusing, and correctly so, on the importance of reminding state parties that they can seek international assistance, but that is under the assumption that that is the only reason state parties are not submitting. And I don't think it's correct to make that assumption. And this is why I'm suggesting that we include that as signatories to the convention, state parties are obligated to undertake this process on behalf of their countries.
Thank you. Could you make it a little bit easier for the rapporteur and read out what you actually want to say? Thank you. And where exactly in the paragraphs? Thank you.
I'm suggesting that it opens, the paragraph is opened in a general sense to say as signatories, and then the rest follows. So it reads like this. As signatories to the convention, state parties are obligated to undertake this process on behalf of their countries, and encourages state parties to the convention who have not yet, etc., etc. I need to slow down, okay. As signatories to the convention, states parties are obligated are obligated to submit tentative lists. On behalf of their countries. That is it, yes.
Thank you, Jamaica. I would like to just make a clarification according to Article 11.1 that every state party to this convention shall, insofar as possible, submit to the World Heritage Conventory. So I think we must eliminate the word obligation or obligatory, whichever one you've chosen.
Noted,
They can
Chair.
be obligated.
Noted, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rapporteur, could you please read the amended paragraph in order to move on? Thank you. Sorry, I missed Algeria. You have the, did you wanted the floor?
Madam, I am in agreement with you.
Thank you very much. So, Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So with the amendments as proposed, I now proceed to read the new paragraph, reading as follows. As signatories to the convention, states parties are, probably we can say states parties shall submit, according to the clarification that you have just raised, shall submit tentative lists on behalf of their countries and encourages states parties to the convention who have not yet submitted any tentative list of those properties situated on their territory which might be considered suitable for inscription on the World Heritage List to request international assistance in order to help them prepare such a list. So those are the amendments so far, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Lebanon, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Chairman, but this is not, you cannot understand. Who encourages? It doesn't work like this. Probably we should put paragraph 4. Okay, we say stressing, take notes, and then recalls that as state parties to the all state parties to the convention, all state parties to the convention shall submit tentative lists of those properties situated on their territory which might be considered suitable for inscription on the World Heritage List, comma, and then paragraph 5. Becomes, encourages state parties to the convention who have not yet submitted exactly.
Are you happy with that, Lebanon?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read out the paragraph as amended? Thank you. 2 paragraphs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So new paragraph number 4 will read as follows. Recalls that all state parties to the convention shall submit tentative list of those properties situated on their territory which might be considered suitable for inscription on the World Heritage List. And new paragraph number 5 encourages states parties to the convention who have not yet submitted any tentative list of those properties situated on their territory which might be considered suitable for inscription on the World Heritage List to request international assistance in order to help them establish, in order to help them prepare such a list. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It sounds repetitive to me, but if everyone's happy, we can move on to draft decision. Does anybody have any objections to the amendments made? All right, I see no objection. I therefore declare draft decision 38-8A adopted as amended and item 8A closed. Distinguished colleagues, it is now time for us to consider the nominations of properties to the World Heritage List. I would like to recall that the relevant working documents concerning nominations are 8B and 8B.add. The advisory body's evaluation can be found in the information documents ICOMOS INF.8B1, INF.8B1.ADD. And the IUCN reports are found in INF.8B2, INF.8B2.add. Let me recall that document INF.8B3 presents the lists of all the nominations received by 1st of February 2014, with the indication of those which were deemed complete. These nominations are not going to be discussed during our debate here, as they are foreseen to be examined at our next committee session in 2015. Document INF.8B4 presents factual errors identified by state parties in the advisory body evaluations. In accordance with paragraph 150 and Annex 12 of the operational guidelines, these factual errors were distributed to you in the form of an information document in the language in which you have been submitted. It is important to remind that the committee, by adopting at its last session Annex 12 of the operational guidelines and making it mandatory for the submission of factual errors notifications, intended to prescribe the submission of all kind of material and documentation which could not be verified and properly evaluated by the relevant advisory bodies. To this extent, our debates shall only deal with what has been notified through the official format. I now invite the Secretariat to read out the list of factual errors received and to add some explanations. Mr. Balsamo, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We received factual error notifications concerning the following nomination to be examined. From the Capac-Ñan Andean Road System, from Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru. For the minor boundary modification of Plantain Moretus from Belgium. For two notifications for the Silk Road's initial section of Silk Roads, one from China and one from Kyrgyzstan. One for Stevensklint from Denmark. Tectono-Volcanic Ensemble of Chain de Puy and Limagne Fault from France, Carolingian Westwork and Civitas Corvée, Germany, Tongo-Tenzuk Talensi Cultural Landscape, Ghana, Rani Ki Vav, India, Shari Sokta, Iran, Erbil Citadel, Iraq, Vineyard Landscape of Piedmont, Italy, Tomioka Silk Mill and related site, Japan, Ancient Maya City and Protected Tropical Forest of Calakul, Mexico, Pew Ancient Cities, Myanmar, Van Nelle Fabrik, Netherlands, Palestine Lanes of Olives and Vines, Palestine, Nama Seonson, Republic of Korea, Bulgar Historical and Archaeological Complex, Russian Federation, Bursa and Kumatlik, Turkey, Pergamon and its multi-layered cultural landscape, Turkey, Khor-Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and monumental artworks of Poverty Point, United States of America, Chang'an Landscape Complex, Vietnam, and Barotse Cultural Landscape, Zambia. And before the presentation of the concerned nomination by the advisory bodies, the Secretariat will announce the related factual error notification received. Only notification received by the statutory deadline and submitted in the appropriate form of Annex 12 of the operational guidelines have been made available in document information 8B4 Rev. The advisory body's comments are included in the right column of this document, and it is important to note that by making compulsory the use of Annex 12 of the operational guidelines for the notification of factual errors, the committee last year wished to avoid the circulation of all other kind of documentation concerning nomination that under the current procedure could not be verified. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balsamo. Are there any objections? So I see no objections. We will move on to the first set of draft decisions concerning this item, which are the proposed changes to names of properties inscribed on the World Heritage List. I invite Mr. Alessandro Balsamo to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For this session of the committee, we received 3 requests for changes to names of properties already inscribed on the World Heritage List. And if there are no objections, in order to save time, I will present them all together, and the committee will deal with the adoption of the related draft decision at the end of this brief presentation. The first request comes from Malta and deal with the Al Saflieni Ipogeum inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1980. In order to use the Maltese characters, the committee is asked to approve a change to the English names and French names, which becomes Al Saflieni Ipogeum and Hypogée de Al Saflieni in French. The second request is from the Swedish authorities and is about church village of Gammelstad, Luleå, inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1996, and the committee is asked to approve the proposed name change, which becomes Church Town of Gammelstad, Luleå in English, and Ville-Église de Gammelstad, Luleå in French. And the third and last request for name change also comes from Swedish authorities and deals with the Varberg radio station, inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2004, and the committee is asked to approve the proposed name change, which becomes Grimeton Radio Station Varberg in English and Station Radio Grimeton Varberg in French. The related draft decision 38Com 8B1, 2, and 3 are on page 1 of both the English and French version of document 8B. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balsamo. Are there any objections to any of these name changes requested? I see no objection to either decisions. I therefore declare the draft decisions 38Com 8B.1, .2, and .3 adopted. Our next point on this agenda, item 8B, deals with withdrawals of nominations to be examined by this session of the committee. I invite Mr. Alessandro Balsamo to read out the list of nominations withdrawn at the request of concerned state parties. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A total of 5 nominations were withdrawn prior to the committee session and after the publication of document 8B. Czech Republic and Slovakia, the sites of Great Moravia, the Slavonic fortified settlement at Mikulčke, and the Church of St. Margaret at Antioch-Akopčany. Portugal, Arabida. Spain, cultural landscape of Valle Salado de Añana. Spain, Jaén Cathedral, as the extension of the Renaissance monumental ensemble of Ubeda and Beza. And Vietnam, Cat Ba Archipelago. Following these 5 withdrawals, the committee will have to examine 36 nominations, and among them 8 are for natural sites, 2 for mixed sites, and 26 for cultural sites. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balsamo. Are there any comments? Thank you very much. I see no comments. With that being said, we will begin the examinations of nominations. I would like to take this opportunity to recall 2 essential procedures concerning nominations to be examined. Firstly, as you may recall, the committee is requested to examine the recommendations and draft decisions presented in the relevant documents and in accordance with paragraph 153 of the operational guidelines. Take its decisions following 4 categories: inscription, decisions, not to inscribe, referral, and deferral. The committee may decide to inscribe a property on the World Heritage List, paragraph 154 of the operational guidelines, or the committee may decide that the property should not be inscribed on the World Heritage List, paragraph 158 of the operational guidelines. The committee may decide to refer back a nomination to the state party for additional information, paragraph 159 of the operational guidelines, and the committee may also decide to defer nomination for more in-depth assessment or study or substantial revision by the state party, paragraph 160 of the operational guidelines. In particular, nominations which the committee decides to refer back to the state party for additional information may be resubmitted to the following committee session for examination. For a referred nomination, there is a new nomination file to be prepared, and there is no evaluation mission of the relevant advisory bodies foreseen to the property. If the committee decides to defer a nomination, it means that an in-depth assessment or study or a substantial revision of the nomination file by the state party is needed. Therefore, a new nomination should be submitted, and the site will have the opportunity of being re-evaluated by the relevant advisory bodies during the full year and a half of the evaluation cycle, according to the procedure and timetable outlined in paragraph 168 of the operational guidelines. Secondly, on the specific issue of submission of additional information on nominations, I would like to record point H of paragraph 148, as well as the nomination timetable of paragraph 168 of the operational guidelines, which establishes that the evaluations and presentations of the advisory bodies should not take into account or include any information submitted by the state party after 28th of February in the year in which the nomination is considered. We can now proceed with the examinations of nominations. We will begin with the culture nominations, followed by mixed and then natural nominations. As in the past, for ease of reference, the page numbers in the advisory body evaluation documents are also shown in the PowerPoint presentations. I am going to call on ICOMOS and the IUCN to be concise in their presentations, as you will be allocated only 4 to 8 minutes to present each nomination depending on its category. In the case of 3 more complex serial nominations, ICOMOS will be allocated 10 minutes for their presentation. Thank you in advance for your cooperation. Thank you very much. I've been just informed that everybody's circulated this document, which gives you the order of nominations as requested in the Bureau. So in case you don't have it, it does exist. Before we start the presentations concerning nominations to be examined, I give the floor to ICOMOS for a brief presentation of their evaluation process. ICOMOS, you now have the floor. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The evaluation process is set out on Annex 6 of the operational guidelines. This process of the ICOMOS evaluation process has been designed to ensure that a rigorous and institutional evaluation occurs. This process is accompanied by a policy, an ICOMOS policy, to avoid perceptions of conflict of interest. And this policy is publicly available on the ICOMOS website. Next slide, please. Sorry, the slide's all gone funny. Through the evaluation process, a number of individual experts from ICOMOS and from the ICOMOS International Scientific Committees are engaged in the task of reviewing all aspects of the nominations that are submitted in line with the regulations set out in the operational guidelines. An average of 40 people might be involved in the evaluation of one nomination file before ICOMOS finalizes its recommendations. The mission expert is the most visible part of this process. However, he or she, we would like to point out, has no overall decision-making power. ICOMOS takes a professional view of the dossiers reviewed, and when appropriate, makes recommendations for all the properties for which nominations have been submitted independently of the outstanding regional universal scope of the values. The evaluation process offers opportunity for dialogue between advisory bodies and state parties, particularly related to clarifying issues and requesting additional information. And we would like to emphasize that this is specifically available at certain stages in the nomination process, during and after the technical evaluation missions, and before and after the panel meeting, and up until the 28th of February in the year at which the evaluation goes forward. And the advisory bodies warmly welcome this dialogue and look for ways to increase opportunities for further dialogue with state parties. In order to reinforce consistency of the evaluations and recommendations, ICOMOS sets out in its volume a check tool to show how all its evaluations are in requirements with the operational guidelines. This year, ICOMOS has evaluated a number of serial nominations, including 3 of the largest ever nominated to the committee, the Silk Roads, the Chapak Nan, and the Grand Canal. ICOMOS has, in evaluating these, tried to make explicit to the committee the questions it asks in relation to the nature of these nominations, particularly the justification of the serial approach and the justifications for the sites chosen in each case. The evaluation of such properties involves a high investment of human and financial resources, but at the same time, it is an innovative approach to the diversity of the implementation of the convention. We wish to point out that the operational guidelines in 2011 validated a change in approach to serial properties, and we would encourage state parties to give consideration to these implications when preparing serial nominations. In conjunction with the World Heritage Centre, we have over the years contributed to the implementation of pilot projects, and as has been stressed already in the committee, this has greatly helped some of the nominations that have come forward. And we look for opportunities to offer further expertise for the development of this upstream process, particularly to look at the robustness of nominations. Overall, ICOMOS in its evaluation process aims to maintain a scientific rigor and independence, and to respect its role and the role of the committees to take a decision. The mission of ICOMOS is for the conservation of the world's cultural heritage, and to be of assistance both to the committee and to state parties in their long-term care and commitment of the cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. ICOMOS, we will now start with the first nomination, which is presented to be processed as on an emergency basis. That is the site of Palestine, land of olives and vines, cultural landscape of southern Jerusalem, Batir, Palestine. Draft decision 38.8b.4. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination, and Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before the presentation of ICOMOS, just to recall that we received a factual error notification on this nomination that you will find on page 92 of document INF 8B4 Rev. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Would Mr. Balsamo or ICOMOS want the floor now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This nomination was submitted by the state party as an emergency nomination for the following reasons. The landscape has become vulnerable under the impact of socio-cultural and geopolitical transformations that may bring irreversible damage to its authenticity and integrity. And secondly, a plan to start the construction of a separation wall could cut off farmers from fields they have cultivated for centuries. In accordance with operational guidelines, paragraph 161, such nominations will be processed on an emergency basis, and their examination included in the agenda of the next committee session if, first, the property is in danger as a result of having suffered damage or facing serious and specific dangers from natural events or human activities which would constitute an emergency situation. Secondly, an immediate decision by the committee is necessary to ensure its safeguarding. And thirdly, according to the report of the relevant advisory bodies, the property may unquestionably justify outstanding universal value. The normal timetable and definition of completeness for the submission and processing of such nominations will not apply. As the normal timetable has not been applied, ICOMOS has had only 3 months to complete the evaluation of this nomination instead of the normal 18 months. The cultural landscape of southern Jerusalem, Batir, is nominated as a first site for a wider serial nomination of Palestine, land of olives and vines. This nomination is located some 7 kilometers southwest of Jerusalem in the central highlands between Nablus in the north and Hebron in the south. And the Batir landscape lies west of a mountain range that runs north to south parallel to the Mediterranean coast. In terms of categories of cultural properties set out in the World Heritage Convention, this is a site. In terms of the operational guidelines, paragraph 47, it is also considered as a cultural landscape. On the maps provided in the nomination dossier, 3 areas are shown to relate to the nomination. The area of the nominated property, colored brown here, the area of the buffer zone, colored gray, and a third area of irrigated fields that belong to the people of Batir, and these are colored green. The nominated area is a series of terraced valleys, shown here colored brown, that encircle the village of Batir, which is the central gray area and in the buffer zone. Since the 12th century, Batir has been one of the main producers of vegetables for the central part of Palestine. Dry stone terrace walls in Batir are the predominant characteristic of the whole area. In terms of use, there are 2 types of terraces, those that are irrigated and dry terraces further away from the village. The irrigated areas near the village and water from springs is channeled to ponds and then shared by traditional methods amongst the 8 families every 8 days. All the irrigated terraces are fully functioning, mainly worked by women, and they provide vegetables and fruit for the farmers and their families and to send to market. The third green area of terraces, which is outside the nominated area, is also part of this irrigation network. The unirrigated or dry terraces form the majority in the nominated area. They are planted with olive trees and a few vines. In contrast to the irrigated terraces, some 60% of the dry terraces are no longer cultivated and in various stages of abandonment. Some olive trees are said to be ancient, even Roman, a term that might refer to the method and continuity of their cultivation. Vines are no longer cultivated on as large a scale as they once were, and appear to be more a testimony to the past than a real income for the current population. The terraces were traditionally shaded by Palestine oaks. Almost all of these have been now cut, and they are indeed an endangered species. On the more distant slopes from the village are spruce and pine trees planted during the British occupation, and these are now expanding to colonize abandoned terraces. During the harvest season from October to November, traditionally the whole family would leave their houses in the village and move to the agricultural watchtowers in the hills. Today, harvesting is still seen as a family occupation, but with the families augmented with people brought in from the towns. Many examples of the watchtowers survive, as is shown on this map, but a large number, are now in stages of disrepair. Recent decades have also seen a reduction in the number of families working the land and being engaged in the upkeep of walls, irrigation channels, and pools. But a more fundamental threat has been the inability of farmers to maintain some of the outlying terraces as a result of regulations and restrictions. The nomination dossier explains this issue, and I quote from that dossier. The restrictions on land in Area C prevent the maintenance of the terraces through the area, especially those that are located near the Israeli settlements or are in areas where future settlements are proposed, end of quote. Area C is explained as being part of, and I quote again, the temporary divisions of the West Bank, excluding East Jerusalem, into 3 areas, A, B, and C. In Area C, Israel retained full control over security, planning, and zoning, as well as other aspects related to the territory. And that is the end of the quote. The justification of outstanding universal value put forward by the state party relates to 4 things. First, the terraces are seen to bear witness to thousands of years of human activity. Secondly, the continuous settlements around springs are said to date back from at least the Bronze Age, over some 4,000 years. Thirdly, the terraces' irrigation system and pools are an important milestone in agricultural activity and have been in continuous use since Roman times. And fourthly, olive trees are part of the Palestinian identity. Although a Bronze Age burial site has been identified, the age of the terraces is unclear. It is quite likely they have been reconfigured more than once over the past 2,000 years. Many parts of the Roman Empire had sophisticated water management systems. Almost all of these fell into disrepair after the fall of the empire, and although a few were revived in the 6th and 7th centuries, and then again, particularly from the 11th centuries onwards, there is no proof of a continuous occupation. For these particular terraces, we do not have documentary or archaeological evidence that allows us to understand precisely either their longevity or their evolution. The state party indeed acknowledges that much further research and study is needed, not only for the Batia landscape, but also more widely for other Palestinian landscapes. The attributes of the Batia landscape, the terraces, the use of spring-fed irrigation, and the presence of watchtowers are in fact not unique, but rather widespread around the Mediterranean Sea, as the dossier acknowledges. What is missing from the information put forward, and particularly from the comparative analysis, are comparisons between the Batia landscape and the many other terrace landscapes of the eastern and wider Mediterranean area, and also between Batia and other landscapes of Palestine, particularly those of the Judean hills. Currently, thus, there is very little basis for determining why the Batia terrace landscape should be considered exceptional in the Mediterranean context, or even in the Eastern Mediterranean context. In the nomination dossier, criterion 5 was justified in terms of how the landscape itself might be seen as outstanding. Many landscapes around the world have a similar time depth to this one in Batia. What is needed for the Batia landscape is a much clearer understanding of how it is different from other visually similar terrace landscapes that are also based on irrigation and also protected by watchtowers. Nor has criterion 4 been justified in terms of Batia being an outstanding reflection that reflects a significant period in human history. Batia might be exceptional within Palestine, but in order to justify outstanding universal value, what would need to be demonstrated is how its exceptionality extends beyond national boundaries. ICOMOS was asked to consider whether the property may unquestionably justify outstanding universal value. The comparative analysis has not demonstrated the exceptionality of Batia in its geocultural context, and also the criteria have not been unquestionably justified. Although the nomination asserts that local farmers still use traditional agricultural practices, the vulnerabilities of this system are acknowledged. Notwithstanding the commitment of the local community, the number of people available to maintain the traditions of this landscape is a factor that could impact on its authenticity. Integrity is also to agree compromise through the exclusion of Batia village from the nominated area. The village is where the farmers live, and it thus contributes to the overall cultural coherence of the property. Perhaps more fundamentally, the integrity of the overall landscape is compromised by the fact that the nominated area does not include all the fields that are part of the irrigated system focused on Batia. This has profound implications for the integrity of the property and for its manageability. As Batia cannot be seen as exceptional for wider than within the national boundaries, ICOMOS cannot say that Batia unquestionably has outstanding universal value. Turning to threats, the main threats identified by the state party relates to a plan by Israeli authorities to construct a wall or fence that could cut off farmers from some of their irrigated lands. These are the fields shaded green outside the nominated area and beyond the railway line. An annex in the nomination dossier explains the situation, and I quote again from that dossier. In Batia, the 1949 armistice line between Israel and the West Bank divided the ancient agricultural terraces built along the slope of the valley from their source of water, which is located in the center of the village. This de facto line between the two states has always been the railway track. Batia farmers can, in the present circumstances, still farm their land beyond the railway line. The construction of a division wall or fence next to the railway line will mean that Batia farmers, who are the guardians of this cultural landscape, will not be able to maintain their land. And that's the end of the quote. Some form of construction has apparently been approved in Finsterville by the Israeli High Court. The line of the proposed barrier, which could be a fence rather than a wall, is not yet known precisely, nor how it might be constructed or its impact on the form and function of the irrigated landscape. A further threat is the construction of high-rise Israeli settlements that have been sited over the crest of the surrounding hills in some specific areas, such as those beyond the southeast of the buffer zone and colored purple on this map in front of you. The wall or fence would create a highly undesirable visual intrusion into the landscape, albeit one that might be reversed at some point in the future if its construction did not irreversibly impact on the terraces of the nominated area. But if permission is given for a wall or fence along the railway with no adequate passage for farmers and water, then the irrigated fields on the Israeli side of the wall or fence would probably be abandoned. This could have a highly negative impact on the livelihood of the 8 farming families, as they might not have sufficient irrigated fields for a sustainable livelihood. Even without the issue of the wall or fence, there are growing threats to the dry terraces in the property from a range of less dramatic causes, but with equally serious implications related to abandonment of farmland, afforestation, which over time could become dramatic and irreversible. These threats are potential dangers to the property. The issue is whether these dangers might be considered as an emergency for which a decision by the committee would ensure its safeguarding, the safeguarding of the property, that is. Many cultural landscapes extend across political boundaries, and it is not always possible to protect an entire geocultural landscape unless there is a transnational nomination. The definition of emergency in the nominated area could not, in ICOMOS's view, allow the World Heritage Committee to take actions that might influence the actions of a state party not associated with the property. Accordingly, ICOMOS questions whether a decision of the committee could ensure the safeguarding of the property in terms of mitigating the potential impact of the wall or fence. As for ways of mitigating longer-term threats associated with abandonment and forestation, these are also not met in ICOMOS's view. These are also not, in ICOMOS's view, susceptible to immediate safeguarding by a decision of the committee, but need sustained interventions within a framework of fully developed management plan. ICOMOS's conclusions are that ICOMOS does not consider that the dangers facing the property can be considered to constitute an emergency situation for which decisions by the committee are necessary for its safeguarding. Our recommendation to the committee is that ICOMOS does not consider that the present nomination of Palestine, land of olives and vines, cultural landscape of southern Jerusalem, Batia, Palestine, is unquestionably of outstanding universal value, and while several threats have been identified for this property, ICOMOS has not found that it faces an emergency for which an immediate decision by the World Heritage Committee could ensure its safeguarding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS. Are there any comments to be made by Germany? You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ICOMOS has proposed a decision to the committee which says, which in the end proposes not to inscribe Palestine on the World Heritage List on an emergency basis, para 4 of the draft. Sorry? The nomination of Palestine. Okay, on an emergency basis. My question, if this draft decision would be adopted, what would that mean? Would it mean that this site cannot come up again on a normal, on the regular, in the regular way, or is it just a non-inscription on an emergency basis, which would mean Palestine could come back in a normal manner with more time, with a mission and a new dossier? Yeah. That's my question.
Thank you, Germany. I pass the floor to ICOMOS.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The operational guidelines are clear that this decision would not preclude this nomination coming back again as a regular nomination, which could then be evaluated according to the normal process with a full 18-month evaluation and a field and a mission to the property. What this decision is, recommendation that ICOMOS is putting forward is saying that it does not consider that it should be evaluated as an emergency.
So are you saying that the state of Palestine is not an emergency?
What?
Yeah, but I know this nomination, but Palestine is a state of emergency, so I'm just throwing it out for my own information, for my own ignorance. But I give the floor now to Lebanon, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I would like first to apologize, since we are discussing technical issues that are sometimes very complex, and I may not be able to limit my intervention within the 3 minutes time frame that has been set for discussions. Anyway, ICOMOS took much more than 4 minutes. Now, we should first acknowledge the work done by ICOMOS to provide the committee with a full evaluation of the property in such a limited time. The task of advisory body gets more and more difficult when the time given for evaluation does not exceed a few months, and we should thank ICOMOS for their effort. Getting to the evaluation itself, we have to examine two separate issues. The first issue is whether the emergency character of the nomination is justified, and the second issue is whether the property justifies OUFI. As for the first issue, ICOMOS considers that, quote, the threats facing the property do not constitute potential dangers to the cultural value of the property, end quote. This assessment is based on 3 sets of arguments. The first argument is that no final decision has been taken yet regarding the construction of the separation fence. This argument, in our view, is not convincing, since the decision has already been taken by concerned authorities in Israel, the detailed plans for the fence are ready, and the green light for the construction awaits only the final decision of the Israeli higher court. The threat is thus effective, and any delay in the decision of the committee may end up with a destruction of property characteristics. This is a typical case of emergency. The second argument developed by ICOMOS is that although the visual impact of the projected fence would be negative, it may be reversed by the removal of the structure at some point in the future. This argument looks really naive. It seems ICOMOS does not know what is a security fence. A security fence means that you have to create a security zone to control any possible infiltration, that you have to cut bushes and trees, get rid of any obstacle where suspects can hide. It means that you have to transform the area into a no man's land. This is a security fence. It's not a fence in an agricultural land in English countryside. This is a security fence, and you just have to look at the images of such fences, whether in Palestine or elsewhere, to understand that by no means the effect of such a structure would be reversible. The third argument developed by ICOMOS to deny the emergency character is even more surprising. ICOMOS says that any decision of the committee could not ensure the safeguarding of the property, since such a decision cannot influence the actions of a state party that is not associated with the nomination, meaning Israel, obviously. Article 6 of the convention states clearly that the protection of world heritage is the duty of international community as a whole, and that each state party to the convention undertakes not to take any deliberate measure which might damage directly or indirectly the heritage situated on the territory of other state parties to the convention. This means clearly that if the committee considers that the property justifies OUV and inscribes it on the World Heritage List, then such a decision should directly affect the actions of any state party to the convention. Denying this means that the convention is useless and that the international community is not capable of protecting endangered heritage. The conclusion is clear. The three arguments developed by ICOMOS to deny the emergency character of the nomination are not valid. Moving to the second issue, that of OUV. ICOMOS considers that although the property is an example of a Mediterranean agricultural landscape and human interaction with the environment, characterized by terraces and complex irrigation systems, which may justify criteria 4 and 5, it does not have an outstanding universal value, since same type of landscapes can be found elsewhere, which have the same characteristics and the same time depth. It is clear that there is a lack of scientific studies regarding cultural landscapes in the Mediterranean area, which explains the difficulties faced by ICOMOS in assessing the OUV of such property. It would be useful here to recall previous decisions of the committee regarding properties having similar characteristics. The first case is that of the Mediterranean agro-pastoral cultural landscape of Kos and Cévennes, first presented by France in 2006. At that time, ICOMOS considered that the property does not justify OUV, developing the same type of arguments as for Batir. The dossier was deferred twice to the state party. Finally, in 2012, after 6 years, the committee decided to inscribe the property on the World Heritage List, despite an official declaration by ICOMOS that it was not in a position to recommend a statement of OUV for this property. The other case, which is similar to Batir, is the cultural landscape of the Serra de Tramuntana, presented by Spain in 2010. Here again, ICOMOS considered that although the system of waterworks and terraces constitutes a peculiar feature of the property, such a system does not justify OUV, since it could be found elsewhere. Hence, ICOMOS recommended not to inscribe the property on the World Heritage List. However, the committee decided not to follow ICOMOS' recommendation and inscribe the Serra de Tramuntana on the World Heritage List without deferring it or referring it to the state party. It seems that ICOMOS has taken this issue into consideration, since it has launched a few months ago a thematic study on water management in cultural landscapes, and particularly in environments characterized by scarcity of water and specific agricultural techniques. But until the results of this thematic study are published, ICOMOS seems to maintain its position and refrains from recommending the inscription of cultural landscapes in the eastern and southern Mediterranean area on the World Heritage List. Mrs. Chair, we have to recognize that ICOMOS is consistent with its previous recommendations when it recommends not to inscribe Batir on the World Heritage List. Our view is that the committee should also be consistent with its previous decision and, as was the case in previous similar situations, should inscribe the property on the World Heritage List according to criteria 4 and 5, notwithstanding ICOMOS' recommendation. We cannot simply wait until ICOMOS finishes its thematic study. The World Monument Watch has inscribed Batir on the list of the 67 most endangered sites in 2014. If the property is not inscribed now, next year it may be too late. Any delay in the decision of the committee may end up with a destruction of property characteristics. Hence, we also recommend that the property be inscribed on the World Heritage List in danger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turkey, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the representative of ICOMOS for a very eloquent and detailed presentation, despite the fact that I happen to disagree with the final observations and recommendations vis-à-vis the OUV nature, the emergency state, and the qualification of the nomination for inscription. Secondly, Madam Chair, I fully endorse and second the statement and the proposal of the delegation of Lebanon. The two statements I have heard made me believe even further clearly to what I am now going to state. Madam Chairman, distinguished delegates, UNESCO exists to bring creative intelligence to life, for it is in the minds of men and women that the defenses of peace and the conditions for sustainable development must be built. Here, our first provision of the UNESCO Charter empowers us and puts us responsible to build the defenses of peace and not fences of security. And one nation, if there is one nation to testify about the devastating, destructive effect of building fences and walls, is the people of Israel. Madam Chair, we would have very much wished to see that this nomination came as a transboundary multi-state nomination. The world has been waiting for too long for peace. The world has been waiting for too long that the state parties came forward not to exclude and downgrade the others' values and assets, but to move in the direction of safeguarding and collectively preserving, protecting, and promoting each other's values. That is why we are disappointed that until now this did not occur in the case of Palestine. Madam Chair, we recognize that every person has a right to engage with the cultural heritage of their choice while respecting the rights and freedoms of others. As an aspect of right freely to participate in cultural life, enshrined in the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, and guaranteed by the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of 1966. 1954 Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the Event of Conflict, and the 60th anniversary of the convention is celebrated on the 12th of June this very year, 2014. 2005, the Framework Convention on Value of Cultural Heritage for Society, the Faro Convention, Article 7 states, cultural heritage and dialogue develop knowledge of cultural heritage as a resource to facilitate peaceful coexistence by promoting trust and mutual understanding with a view to resolution and prevention of conflict. Madam Chair, these are the mandatory principles that we have undersigned as state parties, as nations, to build and maintain peace in this world. Given these and the description, the detailed description outlined by the delegate of Lebanon, Turkey believes that the Palestine Land of Olives and Wines nomination, the cultural landscape of southern Jerusalem, Batir, enjoys OUV, and it carries emergency nature, and it has all the qualifications for inscription. And I have not only the hope, but I want to be confident that this committee endorses the same position by consensus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I please remind distinguished colleagues about the time? We're all going over the time, and I want to be fair to all of you. Thank you. Senegal, you now have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous prenons bonne note de votre rappel à l'ordre. Nous avons écouté avec beaucoup d'attention l'argumentaire de l'UICN, excusez-moi, de l'ICOMOS, qui est d'une rigueur absolue. La seule chose étonnante, et ça c'est pas très souvent dans les habitudes de l'ICOMOS, c'est que les énoncés et les conclusions sont en contradiction absolue. L'ICOMOS nous a expliqué, et là je parle des valeurs universelles exceptionnelles, qu'il y avait un système traditionnel de gestion des eaux qui daterait depuis la période romaine et dont nous avons encore les survivances. Si cela n'est pas exceptionnel, où allez-vous trouver l'exception? Vous nous avez expliqué qu'il y a des oliviers et d'autres espèces qui dateraient aussi de la période romaine, qui seraient encore là, même s'ils ne sont pas convenablement exploités. Si cela n'est pas exceptionnel, où trouvez-vous l'exceptionnalité? Vous nous avez aussi expliqué qu'il y a des espèces qui sont en danger parce qu'il y a des difficultés d'accès, parce qu'il y a une clôture dite de sécurité qui est un espace de non-vie. Si cela n'est pas une preuve de danger, où trouverez-vous le danger? Nous pensons, Madame, que ceux qui nous ont précédés ont suffisamment explicité non seulement la valeur universelle exceptionnelle de ce bien-là, mais ils ont amplement expliqué qu'il était en danger. J'y ajoute qu'ils ont aussi expliqué, et cela nous paraît important, qu'il y a des antécédents. Et là, je m'adresse maintenant au comité. Notre rôle, mesdames, messieurs les membres du comité du patrimoine mondial, ce n'est pas de nous soumettre à quelque autorité que ce soit, mais à une seule et unique, la défense des valeurs universelles exceptionnelles. Or, dans cette région-là, tout est patrimoine de l'humanité, que ce soit en Israël, en Palestine ou partout ailleurs. Nous avons là le foyer des 3 plus grandes religions de l'humanité. Cela, c'est exceptionnel et c'est un patrimoine universel exceptionnel de l'humanité qui mérite d'être protégé. Aujourd'hui, Bachar est en danger parce que le mur est là. Il faut travailler à défragmenter cette valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Il ne faut pas la laisser aller dans tous les sens. Nous pensons qu'il faut sauver ce bien comme il fallut en son temps demander à ce que Carthage ne soit pas détruite. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Senegal. Algeria, you now have the floor.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi d'appuyer tout ce qu'a dit mon collègue du Liban et l'en remercier vraiment. Il a été tellement éloquent. Je ne vais donc pas répéter ce qu'il a dit, mais en revanche, me tourner vers les membres du comité sur un sujet qui nous interpelle. La Palestine nous demande d'inscrire ce site sur la liste des sites en péril. C'est bien le cas, parce que nous connaissons la situation, et nous connaissons d'ailleurs le rôle du comité, qui est celui de protéger les biens en péril. C'est vraiment le cas, parce que l'ICOMOS nous a dit tout à l'heure qu'il y avait effectivement une situation et des menaces sérieuses. Donc cela nous interpelle. Nous avons tous une responsabilité à répondre à cette demande urgente de la Palestine. Nous y souscrivons pleinement. Alors, quant maintenant aux caractéristiques techniques, eh bien, je voudrais simplement rappeler que nous faisons partie, nous aussi, comme la Palestine, de la Méditerranée. Et elle est connue pour un apport exceptionnel du point de vue culturel à l'humanité. Ne serait-ce que de ce point de vue-là, ce site mérite d'être protégé et immédiatement. Faute de quoi, comme l'a dit d'ailleurs l'ICOMOS, eh bien, nous aurons une situation de no man's land, comme l'a dit tout à l'heure mon collègue du Liban. Nous ne souhaitons pas en arriver là, sans vouloir, Madame, trop politiser les débats, parce que dans ce cas précis, la ligne est très ténue. Je voudrais simplement, à ce stade, en appeler à tous mes collègues du comité pour donner une chance à ce site et aux habitants notamment, parce qu'il faut penser à ceux-là qui vivent les affres d'une occupation, pour qu'ils puissent au moins vivre dans la dignité de ce site qui, à nos yeux, mérite amplement d'être inscrit. Et cela vraiment redonnerait tout son sens au mandat du comité. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Algeria. I now give the floor to Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We would like to endorse the statements made by Lebanon, Turkey, Senegal, and Algeria. We think it is important to note that the site has been awarded the UNESCO Prize for the safeguarding and management of cultural landscapes, and we feel it is necessary to ensure consistency of decision-making on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kazakhstan. Peru, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairperson. The delegation of Peru doesn't want to take more time than what has already been said, and we do not want to repeat the arguments in which we fully concur. We endorse fully what was said by Senegal, Algeria, Kazakhstan, Lebanon, and the other distinguished delegations. We consider that this place qualifies for outstanding universal value, and this is a situation of threat. And we fully endorse what has already been said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Qatar.
عفوا، شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. نشكر أيكوموس على تقريرها المفصل، ولكننا لا نتفق مع المحصلة النهائية. فالوضع في المنطقة المعنية وهي بتير هو فعلا وضع استثنائي، لذلك فنحن نؤيد ما ورد في حديث أصدقائنا من لبنان وتركيا والسنغال والجزائر وغيرهم، حيث أن هناك العديد من الحقائق الخاصة بالموقع لم يتم ذكرها في تقرير الأيكوموس، والتي تعطي الموقع قيمته التي يستحقها، مثل الجوائز التي حصل عليها وغير هذه الحقائق. نعتقد بأن الموقع ذو قيمة استثنائية عالمية، كما نعتقد بأن الموقع معرض للخطر الفعلي، ونظن بأن موقع بتير يجب أن يتم تسجيله على أساس عاجل بصفته معرضا للخطر. وشكرا.
Thank you very much. Are there any more? Malaysia, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the delegates of Malaysia wouldn't want to take more time, but commends the report made by ICOMOS within the short time period in that circumstances. But we feel strongly that this proposed property is in real danger if we, the committee members, do not take an appropriate action at this time. And for the sake of the people of Palestine and the, I would say, cultural values of this area, which to me is outstanding, Malaysia would like to concur with all the proposals made by fellow committee members. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. India, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation, the Indian delegation, has also been following the thread of this debate, this most interesting debate, and we would also fully support the intervention that was made by Senegal and some of the other countries in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any more? Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would not want to discount the condition under which this nomination is put forward as an emergency case, and in that regard, we see merit in this nomination being put forward on the list of heritage in danger. Thank you.
Okay, I will give the floor now to the rapporteur to see if he has received any amendment. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And indeed, we have received amendments coming from the delegation, the distinguished delegation of Lebanon. So the delegation of Lebanon is proposing amendments to original decision on paragraphs number 2, 3, 4, and adding a new 6 and 7. So with your permission, I will proceed to read one by one the amendments as proposed. So in paragraph number 2, the paragraph included in the proposal will read as follows. Considers that Palestine, land of olives and wines and vine, a cultural landscape of southern Jerusalem, Batir, Palestine, is unquestionably of outstanding universal value. Paragraph number 3 also considers that the proposed site faces an emergency for which an immediate decision by the World Heritage Committee could ensure its safeguarding. Paragraph number 4 decides to inscribe Palestine, land and olives on vines, cultural landscape of southern Jerusalem, Batir, Palestine, on the World Heritage List on an emergency basis, on the basis of criteria 4 and 5. New paragraph number 5, as amended, takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. Just a quick remark, and it is that in paragraph number 5, probably we should just highlight that the wording should be not takes note of the provisional statement of outstanding universal value, but adopts the following provisional statement. But I mean, it's just a quick remark. I don't know. It's up to the committee to decide on it. So on paragraph number 5, if in the case the property will be, of course, inscribed, we will need to add the brief synthesis of the property and also the other information, the information related to integrity, authenticity, and the protection and management requirements. But of course, in order to clarify it in both versions of English and French, the original amendment was sent in English. So of course, with my colleagues in Secretariat were working on the proper and accurate French translation. So the new paragraph number 6 will read as follows. Also decides to inscribe Palestine, land and olives and vines, cultural landscape of southern Jerusalem, Batir, Palestine, on the list of World Heritage in danger. And the new paragraph number 7 encourages the international community to facilitate the conservation of the property and requests that the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS provide support to the state party as might be appropriate. And there is also a quick remark that in order to clarify, in the case the property will be inscribed, of course, just 2 standard paragraphs for the sites inscribed in the list in danger should be added, requesting that could read as follows. The state party, in consultation with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies, to develop a proposal for the desired state of conservation and the rest. And the new paragraph number 9 will be also request the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st February a report included in a 1-page executive summary and the rest. So those are the amendments we have received so far for this draft resolution, Madam Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Are there any comments? Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany would like to request a vote on the basis of a secret ballot on this draft decision as amended by Lebanon. Thank you.
Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Finland would like to support the motion of Germany of a secret ballot.
Okay, so thank you. Croatia, you have the floor.
we would like to support proposal made by Germany and Finland. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have to go immediately to the vote, and the Secretariat will organize that. Secretariat, thank you. We're going to suspend for the vote. In the meantime, as the Secretariat prepares for the voting, I will give the floor to the legal advisor to advise on how this will work. Legal advisor, you have the floor just to explain how the voting will happen. Thank you very much. Sorry, I will repeat myself. As the Secretariat prepares for the voting, I've been asked to have the legal advisor clarify how this is going to work for the voting. Thank you.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je vous rappelle les dispositions de l'article 42 du règlement intérieur concernant la conduite des votes au scrutin secret. Avant l'ouverture du scrutin secret, Madame la Présidente, vous devez désigner 2 scrutateurs parmi les délégations des membres du comité pour dépouiller les bulletins de vote. Lorsque le décompte des voix est achevé et que les scrutateurs auront rendu compte au président, à la présidente, pardon, vous devriez proclamer les résultats du scrutin en veillant à ce qu'ils soient enregistrés comme suit. Alors, du nombre des membres du comité, c'est-à-dire des 21 membres, sont déduits le nombre des membres du comité absents, s'il y en a, le nombre de bulletins blancs, s'il y en a, et également le nombre de bulletins nuls, s'il y en a. Le chiffre restant constitue le nombre de suffrages exprimés. Bien évidemment, la majorité requise pour cette décision. C'est une majorité qui requiert les 2/3. C'est l'article 37 du règlement intérieur. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. So I have been asked to nominate 2 tellers to deal with the voting. I would like to ask countries who have not spoken on this decision. So I would like to ask the delegate from Japan if they would accept being one of the tellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan would accept that.
Thank you very much. And if I could choose somebody from Europe. I can't tell who hasn't spoken, actually. Portugal, would you become the second teller? You haven't spoken, that's why. You have the honor. So we have Japan and Portugal who will be the 2 tellers. Thank you very much. There is just a clarification from the Secretariat with regards to the voting of the original amendment or the original decision or the decision with amendment. So, legal, I pass you the floor. Legal, are we voting on the original decision or the decision? They're discussing it. Oh, you're discussing it, sorry. They're not ready to tell you. Distinguished colleagues, since the voting is going to begin shortly, I am not allowed to give the floor to anybody who requests it. So I'm just waiting for the legal to clarify whether the voting is based on the decision as recommended or decision as amended. So once legal is ready, they will let you know. Thank you. Just to let you know, the legal advisor is now ready to give you an update on the voting. So if you allow me, I will give the floor to the legal advisor to clarify the voting procedure. Thank you very much.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Donc le bulletin de vote comprendra la mention suivante. Projet de décision 38 comme 8B4. Êtes-vous en faveur des amendements proposés par le Liban sur le projet de décision 38 comme 8B4 avec 3 cases? Oui, abstention ou non. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Distinguished colleagues, I've just been informed that the ballot forms are being printed. So you'll have them as soon as they are printed. And then once you have them, you are to fill them, and you'll be called by Mr. Rao, country by country, to cast your vote. And once we are ready to begin, I will kindly request the 2 tellers from Portugal and Japan to take your positions in order to oversee the voting. So if you can please bear with us until they print the ballot forms, and we can then begin the secret ballot voting. Thank you. Does everybody have an envelope and the form, because it has been, sorry, ballot paper. I'm being corrected for language. So does everybody have the ballot paper and envelope in order to proceed with the voting? I take it that everybody has it. So I will pass on to Mr. Rao to call on the country. And I can see that the two tellers are already in position to receive your votes. Thank you very much. Mr. Rao, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Distinguished delegates, I would call out your names in the English alphabetical order of the country, of the members of the committee. Please, there's a point of order.
Algeria, point of order.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, je suis désolée d'interrompre ainsi le déroulement des opérations, puisque tout à l'heure, le conseiller juridique avait expliqué que sur le bulletin de vote, il y aurait 3 cases, c'est-à-dire le oui, le non et l'abstention. Nous nous trouvons maintenant devant un bulletin qui n'a que 2 cases. Est-ce que, et en plus, nous sommes dans un vote secret. Donc, conformément au règlement intérieur, les États membres qui vont s'abstenir, on ne doit pas voir qu'ils se sont abstenus, c'est-à-dire qu'ils doivent bien se présenter là-bas avec leur vote comme quoi ils s'abstiennent. Donc, est-ce qu'on pourrait avoir des éclaircissements avant qu'on ne commence les opérations de vote? Merci.
You are very right, Algeria, to point out that there has been a change in the form, and I will ask the legal advisor to explain why. Thank you. Legal, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je vous rappelle l'article 42 du règlement intérieur. Du nombre des membres du comité sont déduits le nombre de membres du comité absents s'il y en a, le nombre de bulletins blancs s'il y en a, le nombre de bulletins nuls s'il y en a. Le vote blanc sera considéré comme une abstention, c'est-à-dire que le membre du comité ne se prononcera ni oui ni non, c'est-à-dire ne cochera aucune des 2 cases. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci Madame, mais je ne vois toujours pas comment on peut avoir un vote blanc s'il n'y a pas une case au moins blanc. Il faut qu'on ait une case où il y a blanc, et à ce moment-là on dira que oui, il est blanc. Mais sinon, ça sera oui ou non. Il faut quand même clarifier les choses. Merci.
I think the idea is you don't cross either if you don't want to. So you don't have to cross yes or no to abstain. It's just not there. Is that clarified?
Je suis désolée, Madame, ce n'est pas pour prolonger le débat. Évidemment, je vais suivre vos conseils. Mais voyez-vous, c'est la première fois que je vois cela, très sincèrement. Dans tous les votes que j'ai eu à faire, et j'en ai eu pas mal. Merci.
Thank you very much. I think we can proceed if there is no objection or further objection. Mr. Rao, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was saying, please cast your vote, put the paper in the envelope and bring it to the table where the 2 tellers are standing and deposit it in the box. And I'll call out the names of the countries in the English alphabetical order. Algeria. Colombia. Croatia. Finland. Germany. India. Jamaica, Japan, Kazakhstan, Korea, Lebanon, Malaysia, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Senegal, Serbia, Turkey, Vietnam, Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think now the tellers will have to count the votes and it will be announced shortly. Thank you very much for your participation in the secret ballot. I now have the results, and I will announce them according to the procedure I've been requested to. Number of committee members voting, we had 21 members voting. We got 7 blank votes, so 7 blank forms. We also got 0 invalid forms, 14 valid votes, and the majority required for this was 10. So we got 11 yes and 3 no. Congratulations. You have succeeded in inscribing your site. Palestine, congratulations. And after the embrace, I give you the floor. Palestine? Palestine, you have the floor. He's not listening to me. Sorry, I'm just going to give Palestine 60 seconds to celebrate, and then he has the floor. Palestine, you have the floor. You have the floor. Palestine, please, could I proceed with order, and could I please give you the floor? Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je commencerai par remercier tous les pays membres amis qui ont voté en faveur de l'inscription du site de Bâtir sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Je leur dirai que par leur vote, ils n'ont pas simplement appuyé une demande palestinienne, mais qu'ils ont fait acte de courage et d'adhésion aux principes de justice et d'équité. Je voudrais également dire que cet épisode que nous venons de vivre est d'une très belle éloquence. Il recèle plusieurs leçons. Ce que nous venons de vivre dit qu'il est temps que la Palestine ne soit pas contrée chaque fois qu'elle prend une initiative en faveur de ses droits fondamentaux. Il est temps que la Palestine soit traitée à égalité avec les autres États membres. Il est temps que ceux qui nous combattent, presque instinctivement, se rendent compte qu'ils n'aident pas Israël et que reconnaître les droits de mon peuple rend un immense service à ceux qu'ils croient aider. Ils leur disent, ceux qui ont voté pour cette inscription, que seule la chute des murs assure l'avènement de la paix et de la réconciliation. Aujourd'hui, vous venez de prendre, au-delà de l'inscription de Bâtir, une décision courageuse contre l'enfermement, l'exclusion et la domination. Je vous remercie du fond du cœur et sachez que ce moment restera gravé dans la mémoire de mon peuple. Merci.
Thank you very much, Palestine. I now give the floor to Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Since it's the first time Israel is taking the floor, we'd like to congratulate you and thank the State of Qatar for hosting the committee this year. Madam Chairperson, a negative landmark was marked today in the heritage of UNESCO brutal abuse, and complete neglect of procedures and guidelines were executed, and the committee chose to remain silent. The highly professional and distinctive work of ICOMOS was completely disregarded and discredited. Which message is being conveyed today? What example is being given to other members of the convention? What is the use of having ICOMOS to examine new nominations? It's interesting to note that while the rest of the members of this convention use the normal procedure for inscription their sites, the Palestinians take advantage of the emergency procedure note, and their only 2 sites were submitted in emergency procedure. The decision adopted is a knockout to the convention and to the committee, and proves sadly that there is one operational guideline to all nominations and an exclusive one to the nomination of the Palestinian delegation. It is a dark day to the heritage of UNESCO and a black stain on the distinguished professional nature of the committee and the work of ICOMOS. The recommendations of ICOMOS on the nomination discussed this afternoon were crystal clear. ICOMOS does not consider that the present nomination is unquestionably of outstanding universal value and hasn't found that it faces an emergency for which an immediate decision by the World Heritage Committee could ensure its safeguarding. We regret that part of the distinguished member of the committee failed to fight against the politicization and safeguard the credibility of the convention and the committee. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Israel. Could I also please take the opportunity to request kindly that in the future you do give access to advisory bodies in order to assess the sites in Palestine. Thank you. With that being said, distinguished delegates, and there seems to be no more comments on this regard, I would like to move on and declare the decision 38.8b.4 adopted as amended. We will now move on to the cultural properties in Africa with the nomination of Tongo-Tenzuk Talensi, sorry for the pronunciation, cultural landscapes in Ghana. The draft decision 38.8b.7, and Mr. Balsamo, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to remind that we received a factual error notification on this nomination, which is to be found on page 56 of document INF 8b4 Rev. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Tongo-Tenzuk Talensi cultural landscape is sheltered within the cluster of granite hills of northern Ghana. Within the intensively cultivated agricultural landscape of this densely populated area are a few remaining clusters of flat-roofed traditional earthen buildings and 4 earth shrines sheltered by groves of natural woodland that are sacred to the Talensi but are also visited by pilgrims from around the area. In terms of categories, under the convention, this is a site. In terms of the operational guidelines, it is also a cultural landscape. Rising out of the savannah, the Tongo Hills extend to some 7 kilometers. Of these, a small area has been nominated, covering around 5 square kilometers. The Talensi are settled agriculturalists who also keep a few cattle, sheep, and goats. What's been nominated is a complex cultural landscape involving shrines, woodland houses, villages, and agricultural terraces. The text in the nomination dossier provides detail on the sacred groves and shrines and the sacred associations of the rocks and forests. Although there is a rich literature on the Talensi, what is lacking in the descriptions is a sense of the complexity of the traditional interaction between people and nature, how this is reflected in the landscape and how far it might still be considered to be robust. Traditional Talensi homesteads consist of a cluster of earth-walled circular houses. Although the clusters amongst the rocks once created a landscape of extraordinary beauty, with the local architecture blending into the environment, the information provided in images and texts suggests that the buildings today are a shadow of what once existed. Although it's stated in one part of the dossier that the Talensi continue to build and maintain the earthen homesteads employing traditional techniques, this was not substantiated by the ICOMOS mission that found most of the traditional structures much deteriorated. It is not clear whether the traditional skills still survive to maintain these buildings. Each house has a small shrine, and there are also earth shrines, sacred areas within clusters of granite boulders and sheltered by woodland. There are many such shrines in the Tongo Hills. 4 in the nominated area are particularly described in the dossier. The principal ritual festival for the communities takes place in these shrines, and they are said to have wide appeal which transcends national boundaries and to attract pilgrims from the neighboring areas. Archaeological research has been taking place in the Tongo Hills since 2004, and recently work has revealed apparently sacrificial areas dating back to as far as the 11th century before today. However, the mission was informed that local communities have now stopped this excavation. The Golob deity is said to regulate the agricultural life of the Talensi, but few details have been provided of the scope and extent of the agricultural system that underpins this landscape. What is being nominated is a complex cultural landscape in a very fertile area, where for several centuries Talensi people have lived and cultivated the land. This is a landscape that even 2 generations ago could be seen as a map of the structure of Talensi society, with homesteads linked by paths in a way that expressed people's position in society. It was also a landscape that had great visual harmony. What is clear from the documentation provided is that this landscape no longer looks like that. The structure is fragile, suffering from migration to the towns and the resultant lack of younger people to be custodians of traditional practices. This weakening of traditions is now impacting on the ability of chiefs and priests to sustain traditional taboos, and thus on the sacredness of spaces such as natural woodland. Also, the nominated area is not large enough to be a sustainable economic unit. Next slide. The landscape has been nominated as a living landscape. Excuse me, has been nominated a living landscape that has managed to retain its traditional human settlement patterns and land use inherited from a distant past. However, in the comparative analysis, ICOMOS considers that the comparisons made have not provided an idea of how this Talensi landscape can be seen as an exceptional manifestation of a landscape pattern that is found to a greater or lesser degree within many rural communities in West Africa. Little is presented on the evolution of the Talensi cosmological system or its impact on the landscape and settlement layout, or its very distinctive type of management structures. Criterion 5 is justified in terms of the unique architectural design of the earthen homesteads. As the dossier acknowledges, the surviving buildings are a fragile reminder of a once thriving tradition, while Criterion 6 is justified by the State Party on the grounds that the landscape is an embodiment of a religious tradition that reflects a stateless society in which religious structures contribute to social cohesion. Although the earth shrines are actively revered, it's not been demonstrated how religious traditions pervade everyday life and the overall landscape. In recent years, quarrying was started in what is now the buffer zone. Although the initial quarry has ceased, the lack of a government order or legislation to guarantee no future mining operations or quarrying would seem to expose the nominated site to threats. Currently, visitor numbers are low, though the State Party has placed great emphasis upon further tourism support and development. Currently, there is an inadequate legal framework to control such development, and also there is no overarching vision for the property that might consider how tourist development could benefit local communities. Traditional management would appear to underpin this nomination. The Talensi have long been famed as the model of a traditional stateless society and one with a duality between chiefs and priests that has in the past established a beneficial creative tension. The dossier focuses very little on the strengths of the traditional systems or how these might be better supported by modern institutions. The legal protection in place is currently not adequate, as currently neither the nominated property nor the buffer zone enjoy any formal protection, and both conservation and management do need strengthening. Although the involvement of the local communities should be at the heart of the preparation of this dossier, it is not clear from quite how this has been achieved. The nominated area is just not large enough to be a sustainable economic unit. Around the hills, many changes have taken place, and there does not appear to be a possibility to create a large enough socio and economic unit that might have the power to put in place a forward-looking model of development built on traditional practices and might also be able to demonstrate outstanding universal value. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the examination of the nomination of the Tongo-Tenzuk Talensi cultural landscape from the Republic of Ghana to the World Heritage List be deferred in order to allow the state party to consider whether a new nomination could be put together based on developing through survey and research much more information about the landscape, and also through putting in place adequate protection to deflect major threats. The full details of the recommendation are in your papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. ICOMOS, are there any interventions to be made? Senegal, you have the floor.
Bien, merci Madame la Présidente. Nous avons écouté avec attention le rapport de l'ICOMOS et nous avons aussi consulté le document sur les erreurs factuelles qui a été déposé par l'État partie du Ghana, qui malheureusement n'est pas là. Nous considérons qu'un certain nombre de points soulevés méritent une attention, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a une valeur universelle exceptionnelle potentielle, parce que c'est quelque chose de très positif. Il faut qu'on travaille à la préserver. Mais au niveau des recommandations, nous voyons un peu la même tendance qui se développe, je crois que c'est au point 5e. De toute façon, nous ferons parvenir, nous sommes en train de faire parvenir un projet d'amendement. Nous pensons qu'au lieu de parler d'interdire, il faut d'abord demander qu'une étude d'impact soit faite, l'impact potentiel des activités minières dans le site, au lieu de proclamer de visu qu'il faut procéder à l'interdiction. Ceci dit, je ne sais pas si l'État partie du Ghana est là. C'est là on aurait souhaité qu'il lui soit donné la parole. S'il n'est pas là, nous n'avons pas d'observation supplémentaire par rapport au rapport de l'ICOMOS.
Thank you, Senegal. India, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you also to ICOMOS for the presentation. From our point of view, we would be very keen also to hear what Ghana has to say, and like Senegal before us, would support that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Turkey, you have the floor.
We support Senegal's views, and we'd like to add that Turkey believes that in order to evaluate sites similar to Tongo-Tenzuk Talensi cultural landscape, our present tools are not simply enough to grasp the soul of the place. How to map the intricate relationship between tangible and intangible heritage in cultural landscape. In this case, we should further pursue with an innovative approach. Perhaps in such cases, when criterion 6 is concerned, we could invite an expert from the evaluation body of the Intangible Heritage Committee, which was established on June 2014 in UNESCO headquarters in Paris. Along with the presence of physical attributes that make the outstanding universal value, the nomination dossier should provide anthropological data to fulfill criterion 6 on rituals and religious beliefs that cause the society to live without the centralized structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turkey, Germany, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany thanks the State Party of Ghana for having brought forward to the committee this quite interesting nomination on the few remaining clusters of flat-roofed traditional earthen buildings and 4 earth shrines sheltered by groves and natural woodland. Therefore, we fully support the recommendation of ICOMOS to ensure that the potential of outstanding universal value remains in place and could be demonstrated in a revised nomination addressing the deficiencies of the presented file. We support the recommendation of ICOMOS I just mentioned and we appreciate to have an amendment along with the proposal of the Senegal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. If there are no committee members who would like to take the floor, I will pass the floor to Ghana. Ghana, are you here? No. Is Ghana in the room? I don't think we have Ghana in the room, so I'm sorry, India and Senegal, but there's nobody here. Does a committee member, does India or Senegal wish to speak on their behalf? No, so in that case, I will pass on to the rapporteur to see if he has gotten any amendments with regards to decision 38 com. Are there amendments? No. Okay. So, Mr. Rapporteur, did you get any amendments with regards to decision 38 com 8b.17? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And for draft decision 38-8P17, we have received no amendments so far. But of course, I think that the delegate of Senegal wishes to present probably some amendments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Senegal, would you like to propose an amendment?
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. On a eu quelques soucis avec la machine. L'Internet est parfois un peu compliqué. C'est sur le point 5E. 5E. Au lieu de l'expression révoquer, est-ce qu'on a le même texte? 5E. Non, on n'a pas le même texte. 5E. Non, il y a un problème.
Mr. Rapporteur.
Non, on n'a pas le même texte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that with the apologies of the distinguished delegation of Senegal, I think the original text is reflected on the screen, both in English and French. Thank you.
There is no 5E on the text, and the text that Senegal reads does have a 5E, so somebody has the wrong document.
Bien, on prend acte. Merci.
Distinguished colleagues from Senegal, are you looking at document 38-8B.17?
Bien sûr, oui, bien sûr.
I will pass on to Mr. Balsamo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's mistake with another draft decision, which is draft decision 38,8-bit-18 on the Mount Mulanje cultural landscape of Malawi, where point 3E of that decision talks about immediately revoke the mining exploration. So I think that ICOMOS has to make also a comment on this.
Okay, ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Yes, I would just like to confirm to the honourable delegate from Senegal that there is no mention of mining in our recommended decision.
I think he has agreed with Mr. Balsamo that he was looking at the wrong document. So could we proceed with the adoption? Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to propose that in 2B, delete if and replace if with provide. And in the same line, delete can. And the third line, after practices, insert and rituals. In the sixth line, after management system, delete if and insert enhance. Then it goes on as capacity building. And then the next line, after architecture, insert which. And towards the end of the phrase, after we put a full stop after traditional buildings and delete the rest of the sentence. And if overall good conservation practices can be put in place, that property. So we delete the rest of the word. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. Portugal, you have the floor.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I don't have any problem with the suggestion put forward by Turkey, but forestry practices and rituals shouldn't be the and rituals in the previous line. Practices and rituals associated with building. Does seem a bit more consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Portugal. Lebanon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a native English, but provide adequate protection be put. This doesn't mean anything. To be put, most probably. To be put in place to defeat major threats. And then not if management measure. I mean, you should remove the if also, because I think so, I don't know, it's just pure English. Provide adequate protection to be put in place to defeat major stress. Management measures to provide, then you remove, can be put in place. To provide a framework within which traditional practices and rituals associated with building, farming, and forestry practices can be supported and encouraged through an appropriate collaborative management system that then capacity building for which can begin. Yeah, maybe it's better like this.
Okay, thank you, Lebanon. India, you have the floor.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. My point was the same as the speaker before me, that while we are not commenting on the substance, the cleaning up is required, and just a suggestion that, since it's reading as provide adequate protection to defeat major threats. But of course, this whole thing will probably have to be reworked. Exactly as was pointed out, to be put in place to and then provide is not reading well. So we would probably propose to you provide adequate protection to defeat major threats, management measures to be put in place to provide a framework within which traditional practices and rituals associated with building, farming, and forestry practice can be supported and encouraged through an appropriate collaborative management system. Enhanced capacity building for local committees on earthen structures, which can. The rest reads fine according to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, India. I will then pass the rapporteur to read the paragraph that we have kindly all corrected and proceed. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I proceed to read the paragraph as amended. Provide adequate protection to defeat major threats, management measures to be put in place to provide a framework within which traditional practices and rituals associated with building, farming, and forestry practices can be supported and encouraged through an appropriate collaborative management system, enhance capacity building for local communities on earthen architecture, which can begin to reverse the decline of the traditional buildings. Those are the amendments to the paragraph, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the amendments? If there are no comments or objections, I declare decision 38,8B.17 adopted as amended. We will now move on to Mount Mulanje Cultural Landscape in Malawi, draft decision 38,8B.18. So I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Mount Mulanje rises sharply from its surrounding plains in southern Malawi and is characterized by grasslands on its elevation and forests and ravines and slopes. Its material evidence is indicative and its cultural references are embedded mostly in its natural features. The mountain demands a strict code of behavior from visitors and guardians, protecting and sustaining its cultural and natural resources. Mount Mulanje is located in the southeast of the city of Blantyre in the wider belt of the Miombo woodlands along the border to Mozambique. The nominated area covers 642 square kilometers, one of the largest Inselbergs in the world, and is surrounded by a proposed buffer zone of 850 square kilometers. Mount Mulanje is well known for its endemism and complex biotic evolutionary history, in particular during the era of glaciations. In accordance with this role, the site has been presented on the tentative list of Malawi as a natural heritage site under Criterion 6. However, it was nominated as a cultural site, more precisely as a cultural landscape, under criteria 4, 5, and 6. Mount Mulanje is known to the locals to be dangerous as its weather conditions can change very fast, but it is also associated with the disappearance of people and supernatural occurrences, which have left people in a state of disorientation following visits, and these are now considered the heritage bearers of Mount Mulanje. Mount Mulanje is also known for its traditional medical plants, several of them endemic and exclusively collected on the mountain. It is an associative cultural landscape which features not only as a symbol, but as a center of a local belief system. And although the site's tangible cultural heritage is limited, it includes several features such as geometric rock art paintings and shelters, like the 12-meter wide Makamba Hill rock shelter seen here, and also archaeological sites illustrating 14th century ceramics used in ritual sacrifices. Several places in Mount Mulanje are believed to be inhabited by spirits, such as the scenic water pool, the most important shrine within the property. Specific ceremonies, songs and prayers are conducted before and during journeys to the mountain, often in places of particular spiritual value. The property further contains a number of architectural sites, like the Fort Flister, a former military post created to suppress the Indian Ocean trade of enslaved people. The nomination dossier highlighted that the key aspects of Mount Mulanje are its intangible values, closely associated with and giving significance to the tangible cultural and natural heritage located in the property. The mountain is seen as a system where the needs of man and nature are combined in mutual benefit. However, a comparative review, especially of the Southern African region, showed several comparable sites and is not yet clear how Mount Mulanje differs from these and can be said of outstanding universal value. ICOMOS considers that criteria 4 and 5 are not justified. However, criterion 6 as well as criterion 3, which was not proposed by the start party, should be further explored once the attributes of the sites have been better identified. Both authenticity and integrity cannot be demonstrated at this stage. The second is specifically compromised by officially sanctioned mining prospects in the property. Landslides and avalanches are a significant risk, and previous disasters have been recorded, like in March 1991, when an avalanche swept away an entire village. Many cultural attributes of Mount Mulanje remain undefined and are not inventoried. In ICOMOS view, systematic identification and documentation of cultural heritage is needed as a baseline for future conservation activities. Cultural values, fears, and taboos act as traditional protection mechanism in addition to Mount Mulanje's natural heritage designation as a forest reserve. The management focuses almost entirely on environmental aspects, and ICOMOS considers that the management system should be widened to include cultural heritage more prominently. ICOMOS also recommends creating intense cooperation between the official governmental and traditional management approaches. The proposed boundaries seem adequate, although ICOMOS recommends exploring an extension of the buffer zone, and the combination of traditional and natural heritage protection provide a basis that needs to be strengthened. However, at this point, conservation and management arrangements for cultural heritage remain insufficient. ICOMOS recommends that the examination of this nomination be deferred. The recommendation highlights the need to strengthen the justification of outstanding universal value, the comparative analysis, and the identification of attributes of authenticity and integrity, as well as establish conservation and management systems. ICOMOS further recommends that if a robust case can be made for the OUV, that the state party should document the cultural heritage components, analyze the traditional management system, and establish closer ties between the community elders and the official site managers. ICOMOS considers it essential to revoke the mining exploration license and to create a more active role for the Department of Culture in site management. Finally, ICOMOS also recommends to improve the monitoring indicators, develop a system of training and licensing of guides, and to further explore the qualities of Mount Mulanje as a natural heritage site as initially envisaged in the tentative list entry. And ICOMOS believes that IUCN would be in a position to comment on this last recommendation if the committee wished so. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Did you say IUCN wishes to comment? Okay, so should the committee members? So I will first open the floor to the committee members who may wish to comment on this subject. Finland.
Thank you, Chair. Finland think that ICOMOS recommendations are good and constructive. We think that Mount Mulanje could make a strong case if one chose to follow the recommendation. Finland is in favor of deferring the nomination, but encourage the state party to continue the effort so we can inscribe this unique site on the World Heritage List in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Finland. I now give the floor to Senegal.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous avons suivi la présentation de l'ICOMOS et nous pensons aussi qu'il eût été intéressant d'écouter l'UICN sur ce point. Nous pensons, Madame la Présidente, après avoir consulté le document, que la valeur universelle exceptionnelle de ce bien est avérée. Nous n'avons pas pu entrer en contact avec l'État parti pour savoir quelles sont les modalités de gestion, pour essayer de demander plus. Mais en l'état actuel des choses, nous pensons que les organisations consultatives et le Centre du patrimoine mondial devraient appuyer cet État pour qu'il puisse revenir très rapidement avec un dossier plus consistant. Bien entendu, le Fonds africain pour le patrimoine mondial devrait aussi y travailler très étroitement. Nous avons juste deux observations à faire. Outre le fait que la VIE est pour nous totalement acquise, il y a le point 3.E. C'est celui-là qu'on aurait dû évoquer ce matin. Donc, sur l'exploitation minière, on a introduit un amendement. Nous pensons que c'est des études d'impact qu'il faut demander et que ce point est un peu trop martial. Ensuite, sur le point 5, le chapitre 5.B, nous pensons que ce qui est écrit ici n'a pas tellement de sens. Parce qu'on demande d'augmenter les indicateurs de suivi, y compris pour la gestion traditionnelle et les associations spirituelles, afin d'observer la viabilité des aspects immatériels associés aux ressources du patrimoine. Nous pensons que cela n'a pas grand sens, parce que dans le patrimoine culturel immatériel, il y a des choses qui relèvent de la souveraineté absolue des communautés qui sont porteuses de ces valeurs. Donc on n'a pas à regarder derrière la barrière, il faut laisser les communautés développer leur patrimoine immatériel comme elles l'entendent, parce qu'elles l'ont toujours fait. En conséquence, nous demandons à ce que ce point 5B soit biffé du projet de résolution. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This property is important for the local community because it is a significant site not only maintained by the sustainable and traditional management approaches, but also conceived as a spiritual ground for the local people. So we support the recommendation of ICOMOS, especially as the draft decision indicates the applicability of criterion 3 and 6 not proposed by the state party, and Japan hopes that this site will be inscribed in the future in the World Heritage List. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany thanks the State Party of Malawi for having brought forward to the committee this interesting nomination, submitted as a cultural landscape nomination. Mount Mulanje is much better known to our natural experts, as this property has a long-standing history as a protected area. The Mulanje Mountain Forest Reserve, which was declared as a biosphere reserve in 2000. Looking this site from the cultural landscape's perspective and considering it under cultural criteria, Germany agrees with the findings of the ICOMOS report, that at this stage this nomination failed to make a clear case under the criteria under which it was nominated. But it believes that with an enhanced comparative analysis and a clearer proof of authenticity, this site could potentially meet criterion 4. We therefore consider deferral as the only appropriate option. This option would also allow for having a closer look to criterion 3 as suggested by ICOMOS and give the necessary time to work on the deficiencies on management, especially to better integrate traditional management into the official management mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you. As ICOMOS acknowledges, Mulanje Mountains represents a testimony to human interaction with nature, integrating a range of spiritual values and ritual practices, and thus has potential OUV regarding the criteria 3 and 6. The property has also a high degree of fullness and intactness. But what is missing in the nomination dossier is the proper definition of relations between tangible assets and traditional beliefs. Therefore, we believe that if the state party provides more detailed information, particularly related to tangible expressions of spiritual traditions, and augments the comparative analysis in this respect, the nomination will justify the inscription of property on World Heritage List as a cultural landscape. Therefore, we support the evaluation of ICOMOS and give more time to state party. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Turkey. Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines would like to encourage the state party to further draw the relationship of the natural heritage site being nominated with its significance to the intangible heritage. with the advice of ICOMOS, IUCN, and the World Heritage Center, the state party could strengthen the justification of Criterion 6 and explore the applicability of Criterion 3 and identify in relation to the identified attributes of outstanding universal value the information sources of authenticity and augment the comparative analysis, in particular at the regional level, to highlight the specific aspects of cultural guardianship at Mount Mulanje that would demonstrate outstanding universal value. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Philippines. Colombia, you now have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Nuestra delegación también agradece la valiosa y juiciosa evaluación que ha hecho el ICOMOS Internacional y alienta al Estado de Malawi para que continúe con la elaboración del expediente de este importante sitio que bien puede estar en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial en un futuro próximo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, là, nous aussi, nous encourageons évidemment le Malawi à poursuivre ses efforts pour mettre en valeur le potentiel universel de ce site. De ce point de vue-là, Madame la Présidente, nous partageons le point de vue qui a été exprimé tout à l'heure par notre collègue du Sénégal concernant le point 5B. Nous le partageons totalement. Ceci étant dit, et dans le futur et pour la mise en œuvre justement de ce site et de toutes les valeurs intrinsèques qu'il contient et qu'il comporte, nous encourageons également que le Fonds africain du patrimoine soit associé à la mise en œuvre des recommandations préconisées. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the noted significant values associated with the intangible assets linked to this particular site, we support the recommendation from ICOMOS for the site to be nominated under criteria 3 and 6. We would also like to note that the fact that Malawi did not, based on what is provided in the factual errors document, did not use the opportunity to query or question or even to put forward any kinds of reviews as presented in the report by the advisory bodies. I think if that were presented, we perhaps would have had more to work with. So I believe that the report as presented suggests that this property should be deferred. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica. IUCN, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond to the question from Senegal. IUCN carried out a desk review of this nomination, and we provided advice to ICOMOS. The advice is in our evaluation reports at page 125 of the English, 131 of the French, just to confirm that we did not carry out an evaluation of outstanding universal value, but we did note that this is a property, as Germany mentioned, that is well known in relation to its biodiversity conservation values. And in fact, the recent IUCN thematic study on terrestrial biodiversity gaps on the World Heritage List identified it as one of a number of very irreplaceable protected areas globally. So we think if it was reconsidered as a nomination, it would be relevant to consider the application of natural criteria, and that is noted in point 5C of the proposed draft decision. But there are a number of questions and issues, notably in relation to mining and logging, that are immediately evident in the dossier, and we would certainly need to have the opportunity to visit this property with a field evaluation mission if it was resubmitted, to consider the degree to which it meets the requirements and all of the requirements of the operational guidelines in relation to natural criteria. I hope that clarifies the point in relation to the question that was posed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. ICOMOS, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to respond to the question posed by Senegal regarding the relation between monitoring indicators and the intangible characteristics of the site which was questioned. Now, in this particular case, the site has no formal cultural heritage protection, and the cultural heritage protection mechanism lies in its traditional management and the spiritual associations which are expressed in taboos and rituals. And so to ensure the long-term protection of cultural heritage aspects, monitoring of the continuity of the intangible heritage practices seemed very essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senegal, you now have the floor.
Je pense qu'il y a une question vraiment culturelle extrêmement forte qui se pose ici. Quand vous parlez des tabous, quand vous parlez des interdits, quand vous parlez de la gestion traditionnelle, mais c'est des choses qui ne nous concernent pas. C'est-à-dire que vous n'avez pas à savoir ce qu'il y a de sacré ou de pas sacré chez eux. C'est leur business à eux. Je pense que ce qui nous intéresse, c'est d'essayer de voir quel impact telle ou telle action peut avoir sur le bien. Mais vous n'avez pas à regarder derrière les rideaux. C'est ça que je veux dire, madame. On ne peut pas établir d'indicateurs pour cela.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rapporteur, Lebanon, you have the floor.
Oui, Madame la Présidente. Bon, autant je suis d'accord avec l'analyse d'ICOMOS et les critères, surtout le critère 3 et 6, autant la question que pose le collègue du Sénégal est très profonde. Je veux dire, on ne peut pas, dans un système de valeurs sacrées, spirituelles et de pratiques rituelles comme les systèmes des totems, des tabous, etc., venir dire avec notre regard européen tout simple, on veut des indicateurs. Ça ne marche pas. Il a tout à fait raison, je veux dire. Il faut qu'on sorte du regard eurocentriste et qu'on accepte, dans certains cas, qu'il y a des choses qu'avec nos critères eurocentristes, on ne peut pas juger. Merci. Et il faudrait qu'ils commencent à comprendre ça aussi. Merci.
Thank you, Lebanon. Mr. Rapporteur, could you... Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'était juste pour savoir est-ce que le Malawi est là et qu'on lui donne la parole. Merci.
They are not here, unfortunately. Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read the amendments you have received on the decision discussed?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Indeed, we have received amendments from the distinguished delegation of Senegal. So I will proceed to read the French version because that was the original amendment as submitted. Le premier amendement, c'est sur le paragraphe 3E, tel qu'il suit. Réaliser une étude d'impact des activités minières sur l'intégrité du bien avant une nouvelle proposition d'inscription. Après, il y a un autre amendement sur le paragraphe 5B. La délégation du Sénégal propose d'enlever, de biffer ce paragraphe. Et après, comment il sera biffé ce paragraphe? Après, l'ancien C deviendra le nouveau B. Donc, ce sont les amendements qu'on a reçus pour l'instant, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Are there any comments or objections with Lebanon?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Autant je suis tout à fait d'accord avec mon collègue du Sénégal sur le 5B, autant le 3E me pose quand même question. Je veux dire, nous sommes dans un site où il y a des valeurs spirituelles, des pratiques rituelles, un site sacré quelque part, et on vient dire que, voilà, on nous dit que le gouvernement du Mali n'a pas l'intention d'empêcher des exploitations minières. Ça ne marche pas ensemble, hein. Donc il faut être plus ferme sur la question des activités minières plutôt que de demander uniquement une étude d'impact. Et je proposerai que ça soit interdire les activités minières sur le bien et réaliser une étude d'impact sur tout nouveau projet qui pourrait affecter l'intégrité du bien avant une nouvelle proposition d'inscription. Avant toute nouvelle proposition d'inscription, peut-être aussi.
Lebanon, have you finished? I will move on to...
Oui, j'ai fini. Oui, excusez-moi.
Thank you. Your mic was still on, I wasn't sure. So, are there any more comments with regards to this draft decision? If there are none, I will ask the rapporteur to please repeat the amendments so we could move on. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will come back again to the French version. Maintenant, nous avons deux propositions d'amendement sur le paragraphe 3E. La première a été présentée par le Sénégal, mais il vient la délégation du Liban qui vient de présenter une nouvelle. Donc la délégation du Liban propose interdire les activités minières. Je pense que le distingué délégué du Liban avait dit dans le bien au lieu de sur le bien, mais ça sert une correction cosmétique. Interdire les activités minières dans le bien et réaliser une étude d'impact sur tout nouveau projet qui pourrait affecter l'intégrité du bien avant toute nouvelle proposition d'inscription. Après, nous avons l'amendement original de la part du Sénégal, réaliser une étude d'impact des activités minières sur l'intégrité du bien avant une nouvelle proposition d'inscription. Voilà les amendements, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Having read the amendments, does any committee member object? Senegal, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, l'observation du Liban ne nous pose pas de problème.
Thank you very much. With that being said, I think we are all in agreement to move on with draft decision 38.8b.18. I now declare the decision 38.8b18 adopted as amended. We'll move on to our next site, which is Barot's Cultural Landscape in Zambia, draft decision 38.8b.19. I now invite Mr. Balsamo to have the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a reminder that we received a factual error notification on this nomination, which is to be found on page 129 of document INF 8B4 Rev. Thank you.
Thank you. Ikomos, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Zambezi River, the fourth largest in Africa, rises in the north of Zambia. The Barotsi cultural landscape lies at either side of this river during the early stages of its journey in the west of Zambia, upriver of the Victoria Falls. The gently undulating floodplain of the Zambezi River has been shaped by the Lozi people over the past 400 years, through the building of mounds for houses, palaces, and royal graves, and as a result of an agro-pastoral system based on the annual movement of people and animals to higher ground in advance of the rising floodwaters of the river. The nominated property consists of the heartland of this system. There are two capitals, Leuli and Limulunga, between which the Litunga, or chief, ceremonially moves at the head of his people at the beginning and end of the wet season. The graves of 21 previous Litungas are important centers of religious and ritual practices that reflect a communal response to both the norms of society and the forces of nature. Around the mounds on the floodplains are fields cultivated with traditional as well as more recently introduced crops, and a network of canals to improve transportation, water control, and water supply. In terms of categories, this is a site. In terms of the operational guidelines, it's a cultural landscape. The Brotzi floodplain stretches for some 120 miles. The property encompasses about 20% of this low-lying plain. The Lotzi people are considered to have migrated into this area in the 17th century and gradually formed a kingdom that extended into the northwest and southern provinces of what is now Zambia. At the height of their power, before it was diminished in colonial times, the Lotzi held sway over some 500,000 people. The floodplain is intensively cultivated. Above the fields rise man-made mounds on which are constructed houses, palaces, and royal graves. In the wet season, the river floods the plain and whole communities move their animals and belongings to higher ground. The receding floodwater deposits silt that is absolutely essential fertilizer for the agricultural fields. Families traditionally lived on these mounds during the dry season to allow them to farm the surrounding floodplains. Little information has been provided on the disposition of the mounds or the overall number or quite how they are formed and used, nor is it clear how they relate in social and economic terms to the family structures or to the surrounding agricultural fields. The floodplain is crisscrossed with smaller rivers and canals and interspersed with wetlands, lakes, and pools. The Losi created canals from the earliest time of their settlements, although a massive extension was undertaken between 1780 and 1916. At its greatest extent, the canal system extended to around 1,000 kilometers in length, although it's not quite clear what percentage survive. They were constructed to provide drainage for the arable fields primarily, but they were also used for irrigation, flood control, fish stocks, and as sources of water for people and livestock. The regular maintenance of these canals is probably the key determining factor for the survival of the agricultural and mound-building traditions in the floodplain landscape. The management plan mentions canals being clogged and impacted upon by development and the absence of ongoing maintenance, and this apparent lack of conservation is a cause for concern. As well as house mounds, mounds were also supported palaces. The 3 dry season palaces are included in the nominated area. This is Liuli, built in the 1890s and reconstructed in 2004 with some of the original timber poles remaining. At Limulunga Palace, all the existing buildings were reconstructed by the British in the 1930s. While the 3rd palace, Nalolo, was constructed between 1887 to 89. Although nearly all the buildings are now modern materials, the traditional layout and disposition is still retained. There are over 22 royal graves in the nominated area. Traditionally, these were located at the center of mounds, surrounded by a reed fence, sheltered by trees, and with a nearby lagoon. They represent centers of mystical powers. It's believed that those buried in them are grantors of plenty, good crops, many calves, many children. This is an agricultural landscape shaped by the Lozi communities, having taken advantage of the rich soil formed each year by the flooding of the river. The agropastoral system reflects the rhythm of the river, with people and animals moving to high ground in the wet season. The Kuomboka ceremony is the symbol of this transformance process. The migration led by the Litunga in a large decorated royal barge on which music and songs celebrate the triumph of the community over the natural environment. The nomination dossier focuses primarily on royal graves distributed across the landscape and the canals for transportation, drainage, and flood control. ICOMOS considers that the overall cultural landscape of the floodplains and the bordering high ground is highly distinctive and of value for wider reasons than the site-specific mounds and canals. The landscape is a reflection of a complex, long-standing agricultural and pastoral traditions of the Lozi people and their social and economic organization. This was a system of royal patronage with families organized into villages on the plains. ICOMOS considers that the potential outstanding universal value of this property should be related to these overall socio-economic agro-pastoral systems, their dependence on the management of the floodwaters and the precise attributes of the landscape that reflect these systems. At the present time, the outstanding universal value of the property has not been justified. The justification of criterion 3 and 4, which were put forward, are on the basis of the royal grave mounds and transhumance movements only, rather than the overall landscape, while criterion 6 related purely to the Kuomboka ceremony. ICOMOS considers that the property has strong potential to justify outstanding universal value, but there needs to be a much clearer and more precise understanding of that outstanding universal value related to both tangible and intangible processes, associations, and beliefs. There are major infrastructure projects, roads, power lines, and possibly oil and gas exploration in the property, and ICOMOS has concerns that the management structure and protection systems currently in place are not robust or adequate enough to manage these threats. This new road, which you see here, was not subject to any impact assessments and, as well as making a significant visual impact, has altered the use of some of the canals. Large-scale and rapid development of the urban centres on the eastern boundary and partly in the property is beginning to have negative impact, and the main airport is also within the boundaries. The landscape is at a critical stage where new infrastructure and new industries are being explored, and it's not yet clear that the systems in place are strong enough to ensure these are appropriate and do not impact on outstanding universal value. Overall, the loss of traditional practices is the greatest issue in terms of the viability of the overall land management system. The dossier acknowledges this, particularly with regard to traditional architecture, the overexploitation of forests, which leads to the silting up of canals, and this in turn reduces yields of crops, and farmers suffer. There is a lack of clarity on the robustness of the traditions that are described, and whether they are living or only in the memory of the Lhotse. Traditional protection is the main method that is stressed throughout the dossier, but a symbiotic framework, a relationship between traditional management and other forms of protection has still to be put in place. ICOMOS considers that this is what is needed, and also a clear understanding that the cultural heritage of the Lhotse landscapes involves processes embedded in local communities. From the information provided, the rationale for the boundaries is not clear, as it includes many aspects that are not related to the traditional land management systems. Protection, management, and conservation all need strengthening. ICOMOS considers that this property has the potential to justify outstanding universal value, but in order to reach a successful inscription, more work is needed more work needs to be undertaken to define a robust property boundary that encompasses an area of landscape that fully reflects the aspects of the Barotse social, cultural, agro-pastoral system and its very pronounced impact on this floodplain landscape. ICOMOS therefore recommends that this property be deferred in order to allow the state party to explore how a revised nomination could be put forward based on a robust boundary, based on survey documentation and recording, and a structured management approach that brings together traditional practices and planning policies, together with a clear vision as to how the landscape might be sustainable in the future. From discussions we've had with the state party during this meeting, we consider that they would be very willing to address the recommendations that we have made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS. Do any committee members would like to take the floor? Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to ask, those kind of new construction walls, are those in the boundaries or it's in the outside of it? So those, I'd like to ask if it's the state party of Zambia is here, I'd like to hear about that. And after that, we have the general comments on the cultural landscape nominations. After that.
Thank you. Senegal, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, nous faisons sienne les questionnements du Japon. Et voudrions dire que, contrairement aux deux dossiers que nous venons d'observer, et pour lesquels d'ailleurs nous avons suivi l'ICOMOS sans grande difficulté, là nous pensons que la description du bien ainsi que l'identification de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle ont conduit à une proposition qui est, à notre avis, très loin de la valeur réelle du site. Nous avons noté, et cela c'est important, que nous sommes ici dans un cas unique. Je connais très bien les plaines d'inondation africaines et c'est le seul cas où nous voyons que des levées artificielles sont édifiées dans les plaines d'inondation. Et cela depuis 400 ans. Nous pensons que c'est une valeur universelle exceptionnelle qui n'a pas d'antécédent sur le continent et pour cette raison-là, elle mérite d'être prise en compte. Nous pensons aussi qu'au niveau de l'analyse, il faudrait quand même intégrer le fait que nous sommes dans un paysage culturel, nous sommes donc dans un monde du vivant. Donc la notion d'intégrité ne doit pas être assimilée à une forme d'inamovibilité. C'est un monde qui bouge, c'est un monde qui crée, c'est un monde qui s'adapte et qui adopte. Cela, il faudrait qu'on en prenne compte dans la dynamique des paysages culturels qui ne sont pas des ensembles clos, mais des ensembles totalement vivants. Nous pensons aussi qu'il faudrait, au niveau de l'analyse, tenir compte du fait que ce système vivant a permis à cette communauté, depuis 400 ans, non pas à maintenir de manière inamovible une façon de faire, mais à maintenir un dialogue extrêmement puissant entre l'homme et la nature dans le respect réciproque des deux. Et c'est cela, à notre avis, qu'il faudrait préserver. Quand nous regardons le dossier, donc, nous pensons que l'État partie a fait un travail remarquable. Nous pensons que le dossier est très avancé et nous pensons que le renvoi est plus approprié dans ce cas précis et que l'État partie pourrait très prochainement apporter toutes les informations nécessaires afin de satisfaire à la plupart des remarques que nous estimons par ailleurs pertinentes de l'ICOMOS. Merci. Un projet de décision a été envoyé dans ce sens.
Thank you very much. Senegal, I would like to remind you also it is 10 to 7, so if you could be succinct, then we could maybe conclude or not. So, Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Finland is in favor of deferring the nomination of Barotse cultural landscape to the World Heritage List. Although the cultural landscape site clearly shows huge potential when it comes to the floodplains and the bordering higher ground bounded to the pastoral traditions of the Losi people, we think that more work needs to be done to solve the issues with the development pressure. Finland thinks that with the deferral, the state party of Zambia could now call upon ICOMOS to get advice on boundary issues and management approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finland, Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany can join itself to the proposals of the two of my previous speakers, Finland and Senegal. This property should be deferred, but it has a good potential for inscription. I would like to pose however, I would like to pose a question to the state party concerned, Zambia. Germany is a little bit concerned seeing the factual error format, which reveals more differences of opinion than factual errors. I would like to hear the state party and ask for its comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Madame la Présidente, vu l'heure tardive, je voulais dire ce que vient de dire mon collègue d'Allemagne, c'est-à-dire écouter d'abord l'État partie. Nous avons en tout cas, pour ce qui concerne le projet de décision, quelques remarques à faire au moment où nous l'examinerons. Mais j'aimerais bien entendre la Zambie sur ce projet. Merci.
Thank you. I'll give the floor now to the Philippines.
I would like to echo the sentiments of Germany and Algeria. We would like to listen to State Party Zambia as to how they would like to reconcile some issues related to the corrections in the nomination dossier.
Thank you, Philippines. I now give the floor to Portugal.
Merci, Madame le Président. Évidemment, comme d'autres, je serai très rapide. Je souhaiterais aussi écouter la Zambie, mais je peux vous dire qu'à ce stade, j'ai quand même beaucoup de sympathie pour la proposition qui a été faite par notre collègue du Sénégal et pour les raisons qu'il a indiquées. Merci.
I will then give the floor to Zambia. Sorry, Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick intervention here. In the factual error report, and perhaps this question would really be directed to ICOMOS, there are at least 3 interventions in the report that speaks to or states that ICOMOS considers that this new information cannot be taken into account at this stage. And I just wondered, is the new information relevant, even if it cannot be taken into account at this stage? Is the new information relevant? Because the thinking is that if that is the case, there must be some consideration between a deferral and a referral, depending on the substance of this new information that's provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zambia, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is the first time that Zambia is taking the floor, we would like to thank the State Party of Qatar for the generosity given to us. Zambia, as a state party, appreciates the role that the World Heritage Committee and its advisory bodies, ICOMOS and IUCN, continue to play in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. We would like to thank the committee for giving us this opportunity to comment on our nomination dossier, that is of the Barotse cultural landscape. Answering the 2 questions as to whether the developments are within the property. I believe there are a number of developments, and to me, for us to say these developments outside of the inside or outside, sometimes we'll be answering generally. But if you talk of a specific photo which was showing a track and a road, that road is within the property, and that road is a historic road. It has been there even before the time the state party suggested the nomination. In short, it is just an improvement of the road which was already there. Talking about the factual errors in terms of how we reconcile the factual errors as it was observed by the state party of Germany, like it has been already observed by ICOMOS, we had some series of discussion in the past 2 days looking at the inconsistencies that we observed in the submission by ICOMOS in terms of some of the recommendations. In short, there were some inconsistencies which we observed, and we sat down with ICOMOS and we agreed on the way forward on how we can resolve those issues. Otherwise, we felt that possibly ICOMOS did not have enough time to also analyze some of the issues which we had submitted. For example, if you look at our factual errors,
It's just to remind you, you've run out of time, but I'll give you, a quick few seconds if you could please summarize what you're saying. Thank you.
So what we are saying as a state party that ICOMOS seem not to have taken a lot of time to study our additional information which we had submitted, and that being the case, that was the basis for, we strongly feel that that was the basis for ICOMOS to come up with what we felt was an extreme, that is a response which is a deferral rather than a referral, which would have given us enough time to address some of the issues which are being raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanzania, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, first of all, I would like to thank you and the government of Qatar for the hospitality and for giving us the floor. We are taking the floor simply to say that we understand the grave nature the state party of Zambia has expressed, and considering the importance of an agency to ensure the protection and conservation of the significant cultural attributes of this property, which deserve to be preserved for the benefit of humanity, it is our considered opinion, Madam Chair, that the state party of Zambia be given the best possible option available to allow it to realize the protection of the property and come back to the committee as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Would ICOMOS like to take the floor? You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just pick up at some of the points that have been made. I'm glad to say that when we discussed, sat down around the table with the state party, a lot of the differences of opinion, as has been suggested, were resolved. In particular, our phrase land management seemed to have caused a lot of difficulty because this was misunderstood. The new information that was referred to in the factual error letter, and we acknowledged as new information and couldn't take it into account, it strengthens in a few places some of the aspects of the dossier, but doesn't, in our opinion, make a material difference to the overall conclusions. What I would also like to say is that the new road that was discussed is certainly in the property, and it's a raising of the existing road and a widening of the existing road, and it does run a very large distance across this flat open landscape and is highly visible. But that is just one of the issues. ICOMOS considers that the best possible option is to find a way forward that would produce a boundary and a justification for outstanding universal value which reflects a robust property that can be readily managed in the long term. We are certainly of the opinion that the difficulties that have to be faced, such as redrawing the boundaries to exclude urban areas, airports, and reconsidering some of the management issues, as well as identifying more clearly the attributes of outstanding universal value, could not readily be achieved with a referral and without the benefit of a mission to advise on the outcome. So we hope that this point can be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS. Distinguished colleagues, with your permission, I would like to continue this debate in tomorrow morning's session, as we have some announcements to make, and it's 3 minutes to 7. So, and I know that there are some countries who have side events at 7, starting at 7 o'clock. So with that being said, I will pass on to the Secretariat to make any announcements, and we will continue decision 38.8b.19 first thing in the morning at 9 a.m. Thank you. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first announcement concerns the side event of India, which concerns actually the launch of a project, Project Masam. It will take place at 7:15 in room 220, and the presentation will be followed by a reception. As far as tomorrow is concerned, as you know, the first meeting is the one of the Bureau. It starts at 8:30 until 9 o'clock and takes place in room 104. One more announcement which concerns an event tomorrow. An orchid will be named in honor of UNESCO at 1 p.m. on Saturday, the 21st of June. Delegates are requested to remain seated after the morning plenary for the ceremony, which will last for 15 minutes. And this orchid will be presented to UNESCO by Singapore to commemorate Singapore's ratification of the World Heritage Convention. Delegates would also be invited to view an exhibition on the heritage of botanical research, which will be displayed in Exhibition Hall 2 for the duration of the 38th session. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. These are all announcements for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. With that being said, the meeting is adjourned. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.